Good afternoon. Is it clear? Audio, video? Is it clear for everyone? So, shall we continue? All right. Okay. So, did you all understand whatever was taken in the last class? Did you go through your textbooks? That is more important. Did you go through your textbook, Lakshmikant or DD Basu, whatever it may be, or NCRTs, whatever the book may be? So, did you go through it? Do you come across any areas where there is doubts up to whatever has been taken? Yes? Any doubts? We have only 26 participants. So should we continue? Will they come and join with time, or should we wait for them? How is the usual situation? Will they come and join as time goes on, or should we wait for them to come and join? Will the number of participants just increase after some time, or what is it? Okay, we can continue. All right. Okay. So we have discussed about various terminologies in yesterday's class, and all that was discussed for the purpose of making you understand about the lawmaking process. Okay. So as I just told you yesterday, a law is a legal instrument. A law serves various purposes. It regulates the behavior of the citizens of the society. It empowers the citizens by conferring them with certain rights. So these are some of the utility of law. Okay. Laws are both positive as well as negative. All that I have just told you yesterday. So how does a law begin? How does a legislator, how does a MP create a document called as law? The first process is there should be a problem, right? The problem is so in the country we find a lot of sexual offences increasing against the children. So the behavior of citizens, this deviant behavior of the citizens has to be now regulated. It has to be now controlled. And how do you do that? So let's say Dr. Kanimoli. So she is a DMK MP in Lok Sabha, right? So what does Dr. Kanimoli feel? She feels that we have to come up with very strict laws against rapes for children. We have to prescribe a punishment of death as the punishment for anybody who rapes a child. So this is the idea, and it is for this she is planning to come up with a new law. Let us say the name of the law is POXO, Protection of Children from Sexual Offences. As I said, the first draft, it's called as the bill, POXO Bill 2020, because she is introducing it in 2020. So she makes a draft of the bill. The bill looks like this. It has a title. It has an objective to reduce the incidence of rape against children, and to prescribe stringent punishments for those who perpetrate an act of sexual offense against a child. Okay, this is the objective. Then the next thing is about definitions. Who is a child? So that has to be defined. What do we understand by rape? That has to be defined. What is the meaning of consensus? That has to be defined. So all those definitions will be there. And then you will have all the different provisions. So various provisions will be a part of that bill. Let's say this bill runs to approximately around 20 pages. So this is the bill which Kanimoli MP of Lok Sabha, she wants to introduce it in Lok Sabha so as to make it an act. How does she do it? As I have already told you, there is already a predetermined agenda of the House. An agenda is already made by the Speaker. Let's say there is a session of Parliament. Winter session of Parliament is there. Winter session starts from November 1st, goes on till December 15th. Okay. So this is the duration of winter session. And on November, Mrs. Kanimoli, she wants to introduce this bill on November 15th. This is the date when Mrs. Kanimoli is planning to introduce this bill. So, my question here is, can a private member introduce a bill? That is my question. Can a private member introduce a bill? Yes, that's correct. Okay. So, do you know what is a private member? Do you know what is a private? Who's a private member? Did I explain it yesterday? Did I explain yesterday who is a private member? Yes. Whoever does not belong to the Council of Ministers, whoever is not a part of executive, they are all under the category of private members. So Mrs. Kanimoli, she wants to introduce a bill on November 15th. But unfortunately on November 15th, there is already an agenda. 11 to 12, you will have question hour. 12 to 1, you will have 0 hour. 1 to 2, lunch. 2 to 6, already there is a discussion that is planned. Discussion on citizenship amendment bill. This has been already planned and it has been already made as a part of the agenda earlier. Okay. So who decides this agenda? Who makes the agenda? Did I discuss yesterday? Who makes this agenda? Business Advisory Committee. Correct. Good. Speaker is the chairman of Business Advisory Committee. So Speaker discusses with various people in the Parliament, and the Business Advisory Committee will decide what should be the agenda. Okay. Already there is an agenda here. But Kanimoli wants to introduce a bill on November 15th only. She feels this is very, very important. POXO bill is very, very important. So she wants to introduce on November 15th only. So what can she do? So in these times, she cannot do anything. In this remaining time from 2 to 6, it is here she has to get some time so as to introduce a bill. So what can she do now? Can you just link with whatever was taught yesterday? What can she do? That's correct. Motion, right. So Mrs. Kanimoli first gives a notice for a motion. She gives a notice to the Speaker that she would like to introduce a motion for taking leave of the House. Okay, she gives a notice to the Speaker saying that, sir, I would like to move a motion for taking leave of the House. And she gives a notice in a prescribed format. There is a prescribed format, and she has to give a notice to the Speaker. Now the Speaker, he admits this motion. The Speaker admits, and then what happens? Discussion happens. Whether Kanimoli should be given time to introduce a bill, or is the citizenship amendment bill so important that we have to only discuss citizenship amendment bill? So it is this issue which will be discussed, whether she should be given time or not. It is that fact, that aspect which will be discussed during this particular time. And if majority of the members are in support of giving time to Mrs. Kanimoli, in that case, voting will happen, and finally the bill is adopted. If the members are voting in favor of Mrs. Kanimoli being given some time for introducing this bill, it means that the motion introduced by Mrs. Kanimoli has been successfully adopted. So does it mean that the bill is successfully passed? Does it mean that the bill is successfully passed? If a motion is successfully adopted, does it automatically mean her bill is successfully passed? No. Yes, good. So let's be clear about the purpose of motions. Okay, this is what is called as motions. You are just granted some time, that's all, for any purpose. And if the motion is adopted, the speaker asks Mrs. Kanimoli, ma'am, please introduce your bill. So now starts the first process, which is called as introduction. During this process of introduction, Mrs. Kanimoli, she stands up, she addresses the entire house. Why? She points out that rapes are increasing in this country, Narendra Modi's government is failing, there is no law and order at all, Edapadi government in Tamil Nadu is also failing. That is why the incidence of rape against children has increased. So there is a strong need to come up with a strong law so as to protect the children from sexual offences. And hence, I have drafted a bill which contains a lot of punishments, a very strong mechanism for investigation. Everything is contained in my proposal. So I request the House to pass my bill. This is the address that she makes to the House. At that time, when she makes her address, a general discussion can happen. General discussion means you are not going into the details of the bill. So in general discussion, only the objective is discussed. Okay, objective alone is discussed. Maybe Home Minister Amit Shah might stand up and he might say, ma'am, we already have very strong laws against rape. If that is the case, then why are you so adamant on introducing one more new law? Already there is IPC, already there is POXO bill, POXO Act 2017, all those acts are already there. So why are you bothering with one more act? So it is not necessary. The objective does not seem to be very satisfactory. Okay, so they make all these statements. And then the speaker he does one activity. After this general discussion is over, next is speaker the bill in the Gazette of India. I'll tell you simply in the simple terms how to understand what is called as a Gazette of India. A Gazette means a permanent record. Okay, so government is a continuing body. So whatever decision is taken today, after 20 years, that may be challenged in a court. So there is a strong need to safeguard whatever documents, official documents or official orders are passed. Everything has to be preserved for a very long time. Okay, so there has to be some kind of a permanent storage that all these are accepted as government acts. Okay, all these are accepted as government actions. So you can say that Gazette is a hard disk. Okay, it's a storage of official actions, whichever has been taken by government. So that is just what is called as Gazette. So if a speaker publishes it, it becomes a part of official record. It just becomes a part of official record. Now it is officially accepted that a bill has been introduced. It is only when it is published in Gazette, it indicates the bill has been successfully introduced in Lok Sabha, we can proceed further. Okay, so this is the first stage. All right, we'll go to the next stage. The next stage is a bill once introduced. It's a 20-page bill, I have just told you. Yes, very, very technical, very detailed, very minute aspects are there in this bill. So very tough to understand and comprehend it. So what does the speaker do? The speaker wants more scrutiny into that bills. The speaker wants more examination into the bills about its objective, whether there are provisions which give too much power on the police. Okay, all those issues have to be clearly analyzed. So what does the speaker do? The speaker, once the bill is introduced, the next step is speaker refers the bill to committee. He may refer it to any committees. Either he may refer it to department related standing committee or he may refer it to select committee. Let's say if this is a bill on children. So there is a Ministry of Women and Children in Union Government, right? There is a Ministry of Children, Women and Children, Union Government. And did I just tell you what are department-related standing committees? Did I tell you yesterday what is DRSCs? I have not gone into that. I have just told you DRSCs are permanent committees, select committees are ad hoc committees. DRSCs are committees formed of members of parliament. Okay, so there will be 20-30 members of each house. They will be a part of small committees, and one committee will look at one department. Let's say, yes, so let's say there is a Ministry of Home, there is a Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Urban Affairs. Similarly, to deal with any matters of this ministry, there will be a department related standing committee on home. Similarly, any matters related to finance ministry, there will be a DRSC on finance. On urban affairs, there will be a DRSC on urban affairs. Like this, we have a total of 24 different department related standing committees in parliament. Okay, so whenever there is a bill which is coming up, so this bill, POXO bill, is related to women and children, and so this bill shall be referred by the speaker. It might be referred to by the speaker to a department related standing committee on women and children. Okay, so the purpose of DRSCs, department, see, just look at the word department related. So it is actually dealing with the matters of one department. Standing committees. Standing committees means permanent committees. They they do not cease to exist after their work is over, unlike the select committees. Okay, so the speaker has this option. Either he can refer it to DRSC or he can refer it to the select committee. Okay, and in select committee, so did I tell you what is the meaning of select committee yesterday? I told you that this is an ad hoc committee. Maybe the speaker might think already the department related standing committee on women and children, they are very overburdened with work. Already there are so many proposals which are under examination. So hence let me not burden the DRSC with more work. Instead what I'll do is I'll form a committee, a select committee on POXO Bill 2020. So let me form a new ad hoc committee. Okay, so at the time of necessity, at this time when there is a necessity to probe into the details of the bill, I'll form a new committee which is called as a select committee on POXO Bill 2020, and it is this committee, speaker will nominate some 3-4 members, some 3 members from Lok Sabha, whoever are really good experts in, whoever in his opinion are going to, can do a better job in scrutinizing this bill. So he will nominate some 3-4 people into this particular select committee on POXO bill. Okay, so this is what is going to happen. What next? Once it is referred, after that the committee might take 1 to 1.5 months or 2 weeks or 3 weeks, whatever it is. The committee scrutinizes the bill and submits a report. So this 20-page bill, this is actually condensed into a 2-page report. Okay, the big bill, all the important points, keywords, key points, contentious issues, those are all extracted out of the bill, clearly pointed out in the report, and it is based on this report any further discussion in the House will happen. So let's say the select committee has submitted its report, and once the report is submitted, based on that report, discussions and debates will happen in the parliament. They will discuss about the pros and cons, why this particular clause should be removed, why this clause should not be kept as such, it should be modified. All those kind of discussions, members' suggestions will all be spoken about, and it will be discussed in length. Once this discussion is over, the next process is going for voting. Okay, so what is this voting process? We have to go for the next step of voting, and in voting, what majority is required? Is it a special majority? Is it a absolute majority? Is it a simple majority? What kind of majority is required? Yes, simple majority, because when you read Article 100, of the Constitution, it will be clearly mentioned that except in those areas where Constitution has specifically mentioned that special majority is required, otherwise all parliamentary process will be done on the basis of simple majority. This is what is given in Article 100. Let me show you Article 100 of the Constitution. Voting in houses, power of houses to act, notwithstanding vacancies and quorum, save as otherwise provided in this Constitution, all questions at any sitting of either house or joint sitting of the houses shall be determined by a majority of votes of the members present and voting, other than the speaker or person acting as a chairman or speaker. Okay, and the chairman or speaker shall not act first vote in first instance. I'll just come to that. So the Constitution itself clearly says, except in those areas where it is provided that a special majority is required. There are certain areas like that. Let's say with the passage of constitutional amendment bills under Article 368, you require a special majority. Okay, so there are certain areas where special majority is required. Apart from that, the Constitution clearly says any sitting in any house or joint sitting is all decided on the basis of a simple majority. So here voting is done on the basis of simple majority, that is those members who are present on that particular day in the house and how many of them are participating in the voting process. Out of them, how many of them vote in favor of the bill, how many of them vote against the bill. If the number of people who vote in favor of the bill is higher, it means that the voting is successful. So simple majority, if they accept to that, if they vote in favor of the bill, it means that bill is passed by Lok Sabha. Okay, so this is how we'll have to understand it. The bill is successfully voted by the first house. Now it goes to the second house. So there is just one difference that you will have to notice here with respect to money bill and ordinary bill. Whatever process I have just told you right now is for the ordinary bill. For money bill, just one extra step has to be done. What is that? If the Lok Sabha decides that we should certify this, we should pass this bill using the special procedure, we should avoid the interference of Rajya Sabha. If the Lok Sabha decides so, then the speaker can certify this bill. This is a money bill. Okay, I am going to follow a special procedure for that. And then immediately it should go to the president. The president should be okay with that money bill. The president should give us recommendation. That is what is called as presidential recommendation. Okay. So first, money bill. Let's say money bill. This is first certified by speaker. So speaker decides that I will have to diminish the influence of Rajya Sabha. I don't want Rajya Sabha to involve in passage of this bill. So hence, I am following a special procedure. So let me certify it as a money bill. Once it is certified, now it has to go to the president. President also should go into the bill and he should also feel comfortable that yes, maybe this is a very important matter. It is better that Rajya Sabha stays outside this particular bill. The president also thinks so. The president will give his recommendation. Yes, this can be certified as this can be passed through the special procedure. It need not involve equal powers to Rajya Sabha. So the president should just be satisfied. This is just one level of check that we exercise here. Okay, all right. So the bill has got recommendation of the president. After getting the recommendation of the president, the member has to then introduce the bill. After recommendation, only after that you can have the introduction of the bill. So do you find the difference? This is the difference. For money bill, this one particular step is actually followed. Speaker has to certify, goes to the president. President has to give his recommendation, and after that the bill can be introduced in Lok Sabha. Okay. All right. So this is the only difference between money bill and an ordinary bill. So okay. So this is with respect to passing of the bill in the first house. Okay, Lok Sabha has passed this bill, POXO Bill 2020. Now this bill is transmitted to Rajya Sabha. From Lok Sabha, you have this Lok Sabha bureaucracy, which is called as the Lok Sabha Secretariat. So the staff of Lok Sabha Secretariat will send it to the Rajya Sabha Secretariat, and in Rajya Sabha, the bill has to be introduced. Okay, the bill will be taken up. So it passes through the same process. It will be introduced, and then it will be discussed in Rajya Sabha. And once discussion is all over, then once again voting will happen. So if the first house has already formed a committee, there is no need for the second house to once again form a committee. But it doesn't mean that the second house should not form a committee. No, not at all. I'm just saying it is not necessary. It's a waste of time to once again go and form a new committee in the second house, because the first committee itself has already gone through it and it has actually given all its recommendations. So the second house will also look into the same recommendations and report of the committee. Second house will also discuss and debate based on that report only. They will not once again consider a new committee. It's a waste of time. So they take up the bill, they start discussing about it and debating, and finally it is taken up for voting. And let's say Rajya Sabha, what can happen here? The bill is transmitted from Lok Sabha to Rajya Sabha. Lok Sabha has passed this bill. It comes to Rajya Sabha. What options does Rajya Sabha have? Rajya Sabha can reject the bill. It's not happy with the bill, it completely rejects it. It can make amendments. So clause 4 has to be changed, clause 6 has to be changed. These are not very proper provisions. So Rajya Sabha can make amendments, or it can just keep it pending. It will not take any action. It will just put it on hold. Rajya Sabha has much better business, much important business to take care of. So Rajya Sabha decides that as of now this bill is not very important. So let me just keep it pending. Let me not pass it. Okay. These are the three options available. In addition to that, of course, the natural option is passing the bill. Rajya Sabha also accepts the bill. It says that yes, this bill is good. Farm bills is very important for the country. So let me pass it. If Rajya Sabha also passes it, it means that Lok Sabha has passed it. Now Rajya Sabha has passed it successfully. After that, it goes to the president. Okay. So there are certain powers that the president can exercise here. We will discuss it when we discuss about president. But just understand, if president gives his signature, if president gives, that is what that is called as president assenting to the bill. If president gives his consent that yes, this bill passed by both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha is important for this country, so I am giving my permission. If president also gives his assent to the bill becomes a act. POXO Bill 2020, after undergoing all this process, now becomes POXO Act 2020. Okay, this is just a simple process. If Rajya Sabha also successfully passes it, this is what happens. But the president has a lot of options here. He need not all the time give assent to his bill. He can also withhold his assent. We will discuss about it later when we discuss about the powers of president. So in this instance, what will happen? In any of these instances, what happens is, one house has passed it, other house is not accepting it. It means that there is some confusion between the two houses. That confusion is what is called as deadlock. Okay, it is this confusion which has resulted in a deadlock. So you have to resolve it. You have to sort out your problems. Okay, so a husband and wife they have come to a deadlock, and after that nothing can be done. They have to be counseled. They have to go to a court or sort out their issues. Right. So that is the same way a deadlock happens between two houses. Now it has to be resolved. How is it going to be resolved? There is a separate procedure which is given in the Constitution for this purpose. Under Article 109, Article 109 deals with a special process for resolving this deadlock, what is called as joint sitting. Sir, whether any bill should be first passed by Lok Sabha? No, not necessary. A bill can even start in Rajya Sabha also. But a money bill shall always start only in Lok Sabha. It cannot start in Rajya Sabha. Because you know that it has to be certified. Because it is an exclusive privilege given to Lok Sabha. It is the speaker who will decide that a special procedure has to be followed. So it becomes a monopoly of Lok Sabha to exercise that route. Rajya Sabha cannot use the special procedure of procedure given for money bills. So that is why money bills can only be introduced in Lok Sabha. Okay, Rajya Sabha cannot introduce money bills, whereas all other bills can be introduced in both Lok Sabha as well as Rajya Sabha. So a deadlock happens, and this deadlock results in what is called as a joint sitting. So both the parties will come together, they will sit together. 545 members of Lok Sabha plus not the entire members. On that day, whoever is present, let's say 300 members of Lok Sabha present and 100 members of Rajya Sabha are present that day. Which how much members are present on the day of joint sitting? So they will all be a part of joint sitting. Okay. So this is what is going to happen. Joint sitting will happen. And who decides the date for joint sitting? It is the president. President will decide the date for joint sitting. That's correct. Money bill also need president assent at the end. Yes, of course. Money bills also require presidential assent at the end. So joint sitting will happen. All the members will be there, and here simple majority is followed. And if it is successfully passed in joint sitting, it means that the bill is passed by both houses. Even though Rajya Sabha has not accepted it, there will be a joint sitting. And in joint sitting, if majority of the members vote in favor of the bill, it means that the bill is successfully passed by both houses. After that, it goes to the president for his assent. Okay. So this is the way how a deadlock should be resolved between two houses. Article 109 discusses about the provisions related to joint sitting. So it is the president who will decide the date of joint sitting. Okay. So once there is a deadlock, it has to be intimated to the president. Sir, there is a deadlock between us. We are not able to resolve our disputes. So please fix a date for joint sitting. Then the president will give a date on which all members will be informed that there is going to be a joint sitting, and a joint sitting will happen. Okay. So this is with respect to ordinary bills. What this procedure, after an ordinary bill is transmitted from Lok Sabha to Rajya Sabha, all these process can happen. What about money bills? A money bill is introduced in Lok Sabha. It is introduced with the prior permission of the president, and once that is done, goes to Rajya Sabha. What can Rajya Sabha do? First is the natural option of just passing the bill. If Rajya Sabha passes the bill, it then goes to the president for his assent. President gives his assent, the bill becomes an act. A very normal process. In addition to that, what else Rajya Sabha can do? Think of the same aspects. Rajya Sabha, rejection is one option available. Keeping it pending is another option available. And amendments is another option available. Yes? So, sorry, I have to discuss this aspect here. Okay. If it rejects, automatically it goes to a deadlock. What about amendments? Rajya Sabha makes changes to the bill. It makes a lot of changes. It makes changes and sends it back to Lok Sabha. Okay. Rajya Sabha makes amendments, sends it back to Lok Sabha. If Lok Sabha is okay with the amendments, Lok Sabha is okay with the changes that is made. It means that Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha are on same line with each other. So if that is the case, then it goes to the president. President assent, it becomes an act. But what if Lok Sabha is not okay? What will happen? Lok Sabha does not accept the amendments made by Rajya Sabha. In that case, you will have a deadlock again. A deadlock will result again, and then again you have to go for joint sitting. If Rajya Sabha just delays it, keeps it pending, okay, without taking it up, it just keeps it pending continuously. Even in that case, a deadlock will happen. But there is a time limit. You can wait until 6 months, up to 6 months, from the date in which Rajya Sabha receives the bill. From that date, until 6 months, Rajya Sabha can keep it pending, and after that, it has to take it up for consideration. Otherwise, it means that once again a deadlock has happened. It has to resolve through joint sitting. This is how ordinary bill has to be processed. But when it comes to money bill, Rajya Sabha cannot reject. It cannot say that I am rejecting. No, Lok Sabha passes it, you have to pass it. That's all. That is the only option available. That is the way how Rajya Sabha's role in interfering in money related, expenditure related matters can actually be brought down. Okay, you can dummify, you can nullify Rajya Sabha. So Rajya Sabha has no power to reject the bill. Rajya Sabha, maybe they can say that we have other important issues. So hence, please let me finish other issues. This is not so important for us. Okay, so Rajya Sabha can, yes, you can keep it pending. You can take care of other business, but only you can keep it pending for 14 days, not more than that. The government is in urgent need of spending money, and how dare you sit on the bill and delay it unnecessarily? So I'll give you a maximum time of 14 days, before which you can maybe the chairman can send some notices for more members to come and participate in the discussions and all these things. Whatever you do, but I cannot wait more than 14 days. After 14 days, I should have money to spend for my purpose. Maximum period of 14 days is allowed. Okay, and yes, Rajya Sabha can make amendments to money bill, but once the amendments are made, it is sent to Lok Sabha. Lok Sabha's discretion whether to accept the amendments or not to accept the amendments. Okay, Lok Sabha need not even accept the amendments. He can still say that no, whatever you have given recommended as amendments, I'm not going to accept anything. I will just pass it in the same manner in which I have transmitted it to you. That is also a complete discretion of Lok Sabha. Okay. So yes, so with respect to money bills, there is only one option. So it cannot reject it. This option is not even available. So Rajya Sabha can pass it. Rajya Sabha can keep it pending for a maximum period of 14 days, or it can make some amendments. But it is up to the Lok Sabha to accept it or not to accept it. Then it goes to the president. Okay. So this is the process for money bills. And president can either give his assent or he can withhold his assent. There is no problem about it. He need not give his assent. So he may feel that no, the bill is not very important or anything. So I'm not going to give my assent. He can do it. Okay, we will discuss it later, what president will do with the bill. But this is how the process for passing a money bill and an ordinary bill is different from one another. Okay, this is all about these two different categories of bills. There is also another third category of bills which are called as the constitutional amendment bills. We will also discuss something about constitutional amendment bills also. Okay. Okay, before going into that, let me ask you a question. So do you know what is the dissolution of the House? Do you know what is the meaning of dissolution? Yes, we have discussed it yesterday. Yes or no? Have we discussed dissolution yesterday? Yes. So let me ask you a question. Can a joint sitting of both houses be held after dissolution of the House? Is it possible to hold joint sitting after dissolution of the House? Yes or no? The answer is yes. Please have a look at Article 109. Sorry, 109, I told you about joint sitting, that is wrong. It is actually Article 108. Okay. So when you go through 108, you will be given details about why joint sitting is conducted and all those things. So yes, look at clause 5. What does clause 5 say? Article 108, clause 5. What does it say? What are you able to understand from clause 5 of Article 108? President has notified joint sitting even before dissolution. No. Tell me what is the meaning of, what do you understand by that? So can a joint sitting be held after dissolution or not? Or not? It can be held. Yes, I'll explain to you how. 17th Lok Sabha starts from 2019, goes on till 2024. Correct? 2024 automatic dissolution happens. But I told you any time in between, president can dissolve the house. Why does the president dissolve? If the ministry lacks support from the members of the house. If the executive is no longer supported by the legislature, in those instances, the president shall dissolve the house. He can go for fresh elections, right? So let us say in 2021 February, the government is going to lose its support. After that, the Narendra Modi government is not going to have majority support in the legislature. If that is the case, okay, let us assume that this is going to happen. Let's imagine this is going to happen. Such good things will happen by 2021 February. And in 2020 November or December, during that time, a bill was passed in Lok Sabha. It was sent to Rajya Sabha. Rajya Sabha rejected it. President was notified about the rejection. President informed that, okay, a joint sitting will be held on 1st of April 2021. He has already fixed a date for joint sitting. But what happens is, by the time between this time and this time, okay, so so this was passed like this. President had given us a date for this is the date of joint sitting, but unfortunately by February itself the government comes down, the house is going to be dissolved and fresh elections are going to be held. Okay, so in that case also you can proceed further with joint sitting as it was planned, because it is a bill which is passed by both houses. The people who were there earlier in Lok Sabha and the representatives who were there in Rajya Sabha, all of them have actually accepted to the bill. So all that was required is some disputes were there, and only those disputes have to be resolved. So this is a provision given in the Constitution. So it doesn't mean that a new house has to get elected and a fresh bill has to be introduced. It has to be passed again by both houses, and only then it can be passed. No. If a bill has been passed by one house, sent to another house, and the other house has rejected it because of certain problems, and the joint sitting has already been informed, and the president has already notified a date for joint sitting, if that is the case, then the joint sitting will happen even if the house gets dissolved. Even after dissolution, the members will be called, they will be asked to sit for a session, a special session will be held, a sitting will be held for joint sitting, and you can proceed further with the voting on that particular bill. Okay, so this is an important area to notice for the perspective of prelims. Okay, it can be a question which can be tested in prelims. Can a joint sitting be held after dissolution of the house? Most of us will think, no, how can it be? House itself is dissolved, Lok Sabha itself is dissolved, after that how can joint sitting be held? But the answer is yes. No, it's not the newly elected members. No. It's the old members, the same members who were a part of the previous house. They are the ones who will be a part of the joint sitting. Because new members cannot participate. New members of Lok Sabha, they are not the ones. See, Mrs. Kanimoli had introduced this bill. Dayanidhi Maran had supported the favor of bill. Amit Shah had opposed that bill. This is how it actually worked in Lok Sabha. But if a new members come and new house is constituted, the new members may not even have any idea about the bill. So how can you ask the new members to come and participate in the joint sitting process? It's the same members who were a part of the earlier Lok Sabha. With those members and Rajya Sabha members, a joint sitting will be held. It's not the newly elected house. No. All right. Okay. So are we good? Yes. So observe this point. See, only one joint sitting is allowed. Yes, of course, there's only one joint sitting will be held. Whether the bill has to be passed in that or whether it has to be rejected. That's all. So if you actually look at the second part of polity part 2, there are these kind of minute areas in polity part 2, where you have to be very, very careful about what is the exact constitutional provisions. Okay, it's the precision in polity part 2 which will help you score marks in the examination. because there are not much of conceptual ideas or understanding. Yes, there are certain areas like federalism, local government, those areas, yes. But this parliament and president, these are very, very procedural chapters. These are things to be observed, noticed, remembered. That's all. There is nothing to enjoy out of reading parliament. I don't think so. It's all procedural issues. You have to just know what is the time limit, what is the procedure to be followed, process to be followed. That's all. You have to be very clear and exact and precise about the procedures. That's all. If you can manage to that extent, you will score almost all questions which will be asked from this chapter of parliament. Okay. Even when it comes to center state relations also, articles 245, 249, 250, all those topics requires precision. That is the way questions can be asked in this examination. You have to understand, just that you have to understand the reasons why certain articles are kept in the constitution. Maybe with that you will be able to manage it. But more important than all these things is understanding the philosophy of the constitution. If you actually take previous year's question paper, 2020 prelims question paper, and see, many questions are asked which only those people who have understood the philosophy of constitution will be able to answer. For example, the question on Gandhi's philosophy on state, whether Gandhi wanted to have a state, or one of the options given in the question on Gandhi's question was Gandhi advocated a stateless society. Okay, that was a question which was asked. So I have actually discussed this concept during my discussion in local self-government bodies. I used to discuss about what was Gandhi's idea of how a government should be. Okay, so if you had paid attention to those classes, or if you have read those ideas elsewhere, you would have got that answer correct. Because that answer is not available in Lakshmikant, it is not available in NCRTs, it is not available in DD Basu, anything and everything. But you have to understand about the evolution of Panchayat Raj system, what was the thought process that went in Constituent Assembly debates. If you know about that, you will be able to answer that. But it doesn't mean that you have to go open all the Constituent Assembly debates and read, no. So whenever I say something about these ideas and philosophies and all, just pay some attention to that and you will be able to capture that clearly. Okay, so that is more important in my opinion. Understanding the idea behind what constitution is all about is more important. That is what will help you in writing answers in mains also. All these are useless for mains. Join, sitting, Lok Sabha passing, Rajya Sabha passing, it's all waste of time. Only up to prelims you will find it all useful. After that it is all complete waste of time. Okay, there's nothing to read from Lakshmikant after prelims, and that is the truth. So this is about joint sitting. Okay, we'll proceed further. So we have discussed about two types of bills: ordinary bills, money bills. What if I ask you a question? Can Rajya Sabha pass bills that contain expenditure as a part of that bill? Bills that have expenditure component can be introduced in Rajya Sabha. If that is a question, what would be your answer? Bills that involve expenditure of public money can be introduced in Rajya Sabha. If that is a question, what is the answer? Yes, it can pass financial bills. That is correct. Bills which have a money component is called as financial bills. Okay, bills that have expenditure of money, that is all called as only financial bills. Okay, money bills is used in the context of Article 110, that is given as a special procedure for Lok Sabha so as to trump over Rajya Sabha, so as to avoid Rajya Sabha, minimize the influence of Rajya Sabha. Okay, but understand, Rajya Sabha is also at its discretion, at its liberty to take up matters which involve public expenditure. No harm in doing it. That's all. What if tie comes in voting? Okay. Yes, I have to discuss something more about joint sitting. In joint sitting, who will be the presiding officer? So you have various presiding officers. Presiding officer of Lok Sabha, he is called as the speaker. Then you have the deputy speaker. Then you have the panel of chairpersons. Similarly, in Rajya Sabha, you have the chairman, you have the deputy chairman, and then you have the panel of chairpersons. Right? These are the presiding officers. Normally, in Lok Sabha, if speaker's office he is absent from his work, if deputy speaker is also absent, so it will be this person who will be presiding. Same happens here also. Correct? In the case of joint sitting, who will preside over joint sitting? You have so many presiding officers here. Who will actually preside over the joint sitting? Joint sitting will be presided over by the speaker. What if speaker is absent? Then who will preside over joint sitting? That is my next question. If speaker is absent in a joint sitting, you have members of both houses sitting together. If speaker is absent on a joint sitting, who will preside? Deputy speaker is the right answer. Chairman is the wrong answer. The reason is joint sitting is held between members of Lok Sabha and members of Rajya Sabha. All of them will be there. Is chairman a member of Rajya Sabha? He is not a member of Rajya Sabha at all. Chairman is not a member of Rajya Sabha. Chairman happens to be the vice president. Vice president in India has no work to do. Even president himself does not have work to do. So why do we have vice president? It is just as a replacement for president in case if he dies or something. So only when president dies, the chairman, the vice president of India will have any work to do. Until then, the chairman will not have any work. So just to keep him occupied, we have made him as the presiding officer of Rajya Sabha. But understand, he is not a member of Rajya Sabha. So that is why for joint sitting, chairman is not a part of joint sitting. But whereas these people are all a part of joint sitting, because all of them are members of parliament, members of both Lok Sabha as well as Rajya Sabha. So they are all a part of joint sitting, whereas chairman is not a part of joint sitting. So on that day, if the speaker is absent, you automatically have the deputy speaker to preside. So he will preside over the house. Even if deputy speaker is also absent, then you have deputy chairman. So he will preside. It's a very rare instance to have all the three presiding officers absent from the house. Never will it happen. They will have their understanding among themselves. They will talk, okay, tomorrow I'm going for my son's marriage, so you please take care of the joint sitting. So that is how things will work. This is the order. Speaker, if he is also absent, then deputy speaker. If he is also absent on that day, then it will be the deputy chairman, not the chairman. Chairman is not a part of joint sitting. So let's be clear about it. Okay. So after this, we will have to discuss something about constitution amendment bills. That is the third category of bills that you will find, you will come across in our reading of constitution. So it is in this context we also have to discuss about the constituent powers of parliament. So one of the functions we have discussed, one of the function is power of lawmaking. Okay, ordinary bills, money bills, they are all laws. The same POXO bill, if it has only punishments, it defines offences, it's called as an ordinary bill. But if it has an expenditure component, if money is going to be taken out of consolidated fund of India, and for let's say POXO bill, it has a provision where it is going to establish an authority called as POXO commissioner. A POXO commissioner will have 2 additional commissioners. They will have regional commissioners. So salaries will be paid for them and it will be charged on the consolidated fund of India. If you have all these provisions as a part of this bill, in that case the same bill will be called as a money bill because it has components related to expenditure. So now the Lok Sabha is at its liberty to certify it as a money bill. Lok Sabha can take it up as a money bill and it can bypass Rajya Sabha that way. Okay, so this is how lawmaking functions are performed by the parliament. And another important function of parliament is constituent powers, constituent functions. What do you mean by constituent functions? The power to make a constitution, to change, modify a constitution, or to remove certain parts of constitution. So that is what is called as the constituent power of parliament. So in India, we don't have a separate constituent body which will take care of all these matters. Okay. In USA, we have a separate constitution convention. Okay. We have a separate body which will deal with constitution related changes and all. But in India, it's the same parliament which will perform the work of making changes to the constitution. So we don't have a separate body which takes care of constitutional amendments. The same lawmaking body itself can decide whether constitution should also be tinkered and tampered with. Okay. So for this purpose, there is a separate provision in the constitution given under Article 368. Article 368 talks about a very, very special procedure that has to be followed when it comes to making changes to the constitution. What is that? Article 368 says that the provisions of constitution shall be changed with a special majority. Article 368 says the provisions in the constitution shall be changed with special majority in the parliament plus half of the states should ratify. That is, there are two procedures. Certain parts of the constitution can be changed by special majority. Certain parts of the constitution can be changed by special majority and along with half of the states giving permission to the constitutional changes. This is what is given in Article 368. Okay. So this is explicitly given in the Article 368 itself, which all aspects can be changed through this particular route. What aspects can be changed through this particular route? It is clearly given. See, you are involving the states here, right? So what parts of constitution, when you make a change, should be accepted in your opinion? In your opinion, what do you think? Which parts of constitution, when any change is made, should also be acceptable to the states? What could be those aspects of the constitution? Just think about it. See, you are bringing in states. States should also give their permission. Why are you making it so? What is so important that you have to bring in states? Of course, that's correct. Federalism related aspects, that is very correct. Whenever there is any change made to the federalism of the constitution, whenever federal principle in the constitution gets affected, in those instances, yes, you have to involve the state's interest. That's correct. When states are divided, no. See, a division of states does not actually involve the larger question of federalism. And do you know how a state, I understand you say that when the state is actually demarcated into two new states, one state is actually broken down into two new states, you are saying that you have to follow the special procedure. Is it so? Altering the boundaries of the states, do you think the special procedure has to be followed? I'm sure this has been discussed in your first polity part 1. Polity part 1, your faculty would have discussed about it. Yes? Altering the boundaries of the states does not require special majority and ratification of half of the states. Because, see, you are breaking Tamil Nadu into two parts. Why are you breaking Tamil Nadu into two parts? It is basically for administrative convenience. Tamil Nadu is so big that you cannot govern it only from Chennai. So you are breaking into two different states. Why do you think? So Tamil Nadu, and do you know what is the procedure to actually alter the boundaries of the states? Tell me, can somebody tell me? I'm sure you would have read about it in Article 1, 2, 3, 4, those articles. What is the procedure to alter the boundaries of the states? Can somebody tell me? Just like ordinary bill. That's fine. It is passed like an ordinary bill, but there is something special about changing boundaries. There's a special procedure. There's a certain safeguard which is actually kept in the constitution itself. What is that? Prior permission is required to introduce. All that is fine. Presidential recommendation is necessary. But before that also there is one more safeguard that is kept. First important safeguard. What is that? No. Yes, state's opinion is taken. That is correct. First, a reference is made to state legislature. So, Tamil Nadu State Legislative Assembly will pass a resolution here. They will pass a resolution saying that we are not able to administer Tamil Nadu since it's a very big state. So, we want Tamil Nadu to be broken into two states. It is only when the State Legislative Assembly passes this resolution, only then the bill can be taken up in the parliament. This is the best safeguard. So, if the constitution itself lays down this procedure that this is how it has to be done, if that is the case, then there is no threat to federalism. And moreover, if Tamil Nadu has decided that my state has to be broken into two parts, why should Tamil Nadu's administrative convenience be decided? Why should it be decided by half of the states? Why should Nagaland, Arunachal Pradesh decide whether this is good for Tamil Nadu or not? So altering the boundaries of the states is actually not a not a subject which not an act which damages federalism. So that is not something which actually destroys federalism. There are other areas, there are other aspects of which there are other things what there are other actions which the parliament can do which can actually destroy the federalism. What is that? State's consent is not required, right? No, you have to get the state, a resolution has to be passed in state legislative assembly. I'll show you that. Yes. Provided that no bill for the purpose shall be introduced in either house except on the recommendation of the president, and unless where the proposal contained in the bill affects the area, boundary, or the name of the states, the bill has been referred by the president to the legislature of that state for expressing its views thereon within such period as may be specified in the reference. So it is mandatory that a reference has to be made to the state legislatures. Without making a reference and without getting the opinion of the state legislatures, the president cannot give his recommendation. You have to mandatorily get the opinion of the state legislatures. Their consent is not required. So it's not necessary that they should give their permission. Yes, go ahead and break it. No. So that can be anything, but at least a reference has to be made to the state legislatures. So that is what is actually given in the constitution. So this is a safeguard. So if the state legislature itself says that no, don't change the boundary of my state's name, then most probably the central government will not do it. The president himself will not do it. Okay. So this is all kept in the constitution so as to allow an upper hand for the states in deciding whether their state should be broken. Moreover, all the time it is the states which want themselves to be broken into 2 parts or 3 parts. It's a union which does not want to break a state into 2 or 3 parts. Okay. So yes, of course, consent is not binding, but it is not binding, but a reference has to be made. Okay. And that's what, see, the logic, as I said, is why should half of the states in the country decide whether a state should be born, a new state has to be created, or whether 2 states have to be merged together? There can be other considerations. There can be administrative considerations. So it's not a common problem for all the states. Okay, it's only when it's a common problem for all the states, only then you can say that there is a federal challenge. When the action of union affects the interest of the states in general, you can say that there is an impact on federalism. So this changing of boundaries is actually not even considered by the constitution makers as something that is actually impacting on the federal principle. Union government gains nothing by merging 2-3 states as one. In fact, there is a tendency to break states into more and more parts only. So yes, so I'll tell you what are the areas where there can be a real threat to federalism. The real threat to federalism is 7th schedule. Then you have list 1, list 2, list 3. List 1 is union subjects, list 2 is state subjects, list 3 is concurrent subjects. The center, let's say the state subject has 50 functions: agriculture, healthcare, public law and order, sanitation. These are all here. Union government decides that no, law and order should no longer be in the hands of state governments. I will control all the police. Amit Shah decides that, and he takes law and order to this place. He can do that. He can do that by making amendments to 7th schedule. So any changes to 7th schedule impacts federalism. That is why whenever a change is made to the 7th schedule of the constitution, the special procedure that has to be followed. And what else? What else can be an impact on federal interest in the constitution? Another important aspect is high courts and supreme courts. Okay, when you reduce their jurisdiction, when you take away their power, Supreme Court has been given the function of Supreme Court is an independent institution. Whenever there is a dispute between center as well as states, both of them go running to Supreme Court and they will sort it out. Okay. So judicial independence is very required so as to allow the Supreme Court to dispense justice whenever there is a conflict between center and states. So when this jurisdiction of the Supreme Court, when any bill, if it controls, if it reduces the powers and functions of Supreme Court, if you're introducing such kind of bills, that can also potentially have an impact on federalism. So that is why whenever there is a bill that is introduced to reduce the power and jurisdiction of Supreme Courts and high courts, higher judiciary itself, so those matters will come under this particular category. Those bills, those changes in the constitution should be ratified by half of the state legislatures. Another important area where this particular procedure has to be followed is with respect to election of president. See, a president is the highest constitutional authority. So he has to give his assent. He has to give his assent to the bills passed by the parliament. And many times the bill that is passed by the parliament can be against the interest of the states. There is a high probability that parliament can pass bills which are against the interest of state governments. So that is why the president has to have a neutral stand. If there is a bill passed against the interest of states, the president should be very cautious in giving his assent. He should not give his assent. He should withhold his assent. So how do you preserve this independence of, so how do you ensure, so that is why when you look at the method of election of president, you are also involving the state legislatures in presidential elections. The state legislatures have 50% vote value. Union legislature, parliament has 50% vote value. You are balancing it both. Both center and states has an equal weightage in determining who their president should be. Okay. What if you reduce the share of states? You say that only states with population more than 20 million people alone can participate in presidential election. So you're bringing in these kind of changes to the election method of president. If that is the case, then the president who is going to be elected has a high probability that he will work only towards the center. Or you're completely making change in the constitution. You're saying that state legislatures shall no longer participate in election of president. So what kind of president will then India have? It will be a president who is only supported by the union legislature. So such a kind of a president will not have states' interest in his minds. That is why whenever there is a change that is to be brought in regarding the elections of president, those kind of constitutional amendment bills, those bills also have to be approved by at least half of the state legislatures. Okay, this is one other area. And another area. So let's say the parliament is very smart. The parliament thinks in a very brainy manner. Okay, it is only because of that procedure which is given in Article 368. Now we are going to the states. So it's only because there is Article 368 which talks about a special procedure where you have to be supported by a special majority in the parliament along with half of the states approving it. And the procedure illama pannittam enna pannalam. Okay, so let's make changes to Article 368 and the procedure eduthu vittalam constitution la irundhu. Yes? Can the parliament do that? Yes or no? So this is the safeguard which is given where it makes it mandatory that the states should also be brought in. States should also be included in this amendment process. Now the parliament decides that let me take this procedure itself out of the constitution. Let me amend the constitution. Let me take this out so that the states are not at all necessary to make any changes. Adi pannalama panna mudiyadha? Yes or no? Do you understand what I'm saying? Yes. So any changes to Article 368 itself, if the constitution has to be amended, if the parliament brings in a bill to amend Article 368 itself, any of the provisions in Article 368, if that has to be amended, even in those cases, you have to get the permission of half of the state legislatures. Okay. So these are the areas which are explicitly mentioned. Any amendments to Article 368. So these areas 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, these areas you have to follow a very special procedure which is given here. Other parts of the constitution, if you are going to make any changes, you can amend it by a process of special majority. Okay, every other part of the constitution you can amend it by a process of special majority. So, but let me tell you, there are also certain parts of the constitution which need not be amended following this procedure given under Article 368. Okay, there are also certain procedures, certain parts of the constitution which don't have to be amended by following the special procedure given under Article 368. What are they? We will have a look at that. Half of the state legislatures will not always cooperate. Then how can the urgent changes be made? Constitutional amendments are not urgent changes. Okay, these are not urgent changes that have to be made. If half of the state legislatures don't consent, it means that it is a time-tested system. It is an evolved system. It is working well in favor of the states as well as the center. That is why it's very balanced and it is working. So if half of the state legislatures do not accept, then you cannot amend the constitution. Then what should happen is people should decide. People in the state legislature states should decide that no, this constitution amendment is actually very important. So let us change the state legislative assembly's composition itself. Let us vote for BJP in state elections. Let us have only BJP saffron color everywhere in India so that any kind of constitutional amendment can be passed. It is all left to the hands of the people for them to take a decision. People are the supreme in democracy. If they think they can do anything and everything. I told you, procedure under Article 368 talks about only two different ways. These areas explicitly mentioned in Article 368 can be amended by special majority and half of ratification of states. Plus, there are and usually constitution, all other parts of constitution can be amended by special majority. Okay, but that alone is not the complete picture. There are also certain aspects of the constitution which can be amended by a simple majority also. I'll tell you what they are. Yes. Look at Article 2. Parliament may by law admit into union or establish new states on such terms and conditions as it thinks fit. So, Parliament may by law. Law means it is done by a simple majority process. So, do you know what is the first schedule? Do you know what is the first schedule of the Constitution? Do you know what is that? Yes or no? What is happening? You are viewing first floor's screen. Okay. What is first schedule of the Constitution? Yes, names and territorial extent of union and states. Have a look at the first schedule in the Constitution. If you look at the back side of the Constitution, you have the name and what are territories. Name of the state, Assam, what does it all include? So, the first schedule talks about states, union territories, what is there, what comprises Assam, what is the territorial extent, all that is given first schedule. So, if you are making any changes to first schedule, you can do it by a law made by Parliament. A law made by Parliament is done by as an ordinary bill. That is what is given in Article 2 of the Constitution. Okay. Parliament may by law admit into union or establish new states on such terms as the. So this wherever you find Parliament may by law make changes to this part of the Constitution, whenever you find such kind of things, those areas are the ones, those aspects of the Constitution can be changed by a simple process. You don't have to follow the procedure given under Article 368. So this is one such area. And when you read Lakshmikant, a list of those aspects of the Constitution that can be done by changed by simple majority will be given in your Lakshmikant. One is the name and any changes to first schedule. If you're changing the name of the states, all that can be done by making by passing a simple law in a parliament. Okay, so changes to first schedule, you don't have to follow the special majority process, which is given under Article 316. Okay, what else? What else does not require? What other aspects of the Constitution need not be changed by following a special majority process? Anybody? Any other aspects? Are you aware of it? Do you know? Anything else? Let's look at look at Article 100. இல்லை வேண்டாம், நீங்கள் அப்படியே ஸ்க்ரீன் மட்டும் காமிங்க போகும். Look at this. Article 100 says, until Article 100 clause 3, come to clause 3. Okay, look at this. Until Parliament by law otherwise provides, the quorum to constitute a meeting of either house of the Parliament shall be 1/10 of the total number of members of the house. I forgot to mention about it. Quorum is the minimum strength that is required to conduct a sitting of the house. So let's say this is a class. I come inside the class, I find only 5 people out of 250 seats. Okay, I say that I cannot take my class, I cannot waste my energy for 5 people. So I decide that at least there should be 25 people here. That is 1/10 of the classroom should be there. Only then I'll take class. Okay, so that is the same logic. In Parliament also, you should have at least a minimum of certain amount of people to conduct a sitting, and that is mentioned in the constitution as 1/10 of the members of the house. Okay, but at the same time, this quorum of 1/10 is not absolute. It can be changed. How can it be changed? It can be changed by Parliament, unless otherwise Parliament law provides. So it means that this aspect of 1/10 of the total numbers as the quorum, as given in Article 100, this itself can be changed by just passing a very simple law in the Parliament. So this aspect of Constitution can also be changed by a simple law passed by the Parliament. Okay, so there are so many such areas in the Constitution where it would have been mentioned. Parliament by law can change this part of Constitution. 5th schedule, 6th schedule, all those are also same such aspects. Parliament by making a law can make changes to 5th schedule, 6th schedule, those areas. So what you have to just keep in mind is, there is a separate procedure given under Article 368 for changing Constitution. Wherever there is a question of larger principle involved, okay, wherever there is a question which is not a very simple question involved, those parts of the Constitution can be changed only by following a very difficult process. This is how the Constitution makers have tried to balance rigidity as well as flexibility in amending the Constitution. Why do we have to amend the Constitution? A Constitution has to be amended regularly. If you have one Constitution and that is how people should live for thousands of years, it is not going to work. You will have a civil war after that. That is why Constitution has to be updated. Okay, it has to be updated with the times. Some parts have to be added, some parts have to be removed from the Constitution. Only then any society can actually survive. So how are you going to, but Constitution is a very serious document. It is not a very ordinary law like any other POXO Act or MGNREGS Act. These are matters of vision for the country. This is a statement of rights of citizens. So this is a much more significant and important piece of law. So this should not also be amended in the same manner as how a very simple ordinary law will be amended. So you have to make amending process difficult, but a very tight and a difficult amending process will make it very difficult for the Constitution to be updated with the times. So you have to balance both rigidity as well as flexibility in amending the Constitution. Flexible in what areas? In these kind of areas. Quorum, whether 1/10 members are required or whether 1/20 members are required. இதெல்லாம் வந்து ஒரு விஷயமே கிடையாது. These are all to be decided by the Parliament themselves. But when it comes to an issue of federalism, where a larger aspect of a constitutional arrangement between center and states itself can be affected, those are bigger principles, larger principles. So there you have to follow a rigid process in amendment. A strict process of amendment has to be followed. But when it comes to deciding how many members should be sitting in the legislature to conduct it, no, not necessary that a very strict process has to be followed. A very simple process can be followed. That is why in the Constituent Assembly debates also, there was a lot of extensive debates had gone about should we have a difficult process of amendment or should we have an easy process of amendment. So a balance was struck. Some areas can be amended easily, some areas cannot be amended easily. It requires a very special process, and especially those areas which require which is going to impact upon the interest of the states, you should also involve the states also in those process. So let's know that Constitution can be amended easily as well as in a very difficult manner. Simple matters, routine procedures, you can amend them easily. Difficult aspects have to be amended. Certain aspects of the constitution where larger principles are involved, those aspects of the constitution should be amended by a special procedure given under Article 368. So two different methods of making amendments to the constitution. So Article 368 only talks about the difficult process, okay, not about these aspects. So that is why whenever you find constitution amendment bills, 126th Constitution Amendment Bill, 42nd Constitution Amendment Bill, Amendment Act, you would read about all these things. Whenever you come across this word, Constitution Amendment Act, whenever you come across that word in the Constitution, remember that was passed using this process, because all these issues, all these matters will all be passed by a ordinary law. It can be an ordinary law. Reorganization of States Act 1956. It's an ordinary law made by the Parliament, but it will make changes to the first schedule. Okay. Abolishment of Legislative Councils in West Bengal Act 1984. Ordinary law made by the Parliament. But why is it done? So as to abolish the second chamber in West Bengal. So that is also given in the Constitution. The second chamber in the states can be abolished by a simple law passed by both houses of Parliament. So understand, whenever you come across this word Constitution Amendment Act, 100th Constitution Amendment Act, remember those acts were all passed using the special procedure. Okay. Let's say J&K Reorganization Act 2019. That act had removed Jammu and Kashmir from the states list in first schedule. It brought it into the Union Territories category in the first schedule. That was not done by means of a Constitution Amendment Act. It was done by a simple law which was called as J&K Reorganization Act. Sir, that particular act for changing the quorum would amend Article 100 itself. Yes, because Article 100 itself gives the powers to the Parliament. Parliament can make law so as to, because it's actually given, Article 100 itself empowers the Parliament to create a law so as to change this quorum. So it is not an amendment of the Constitution. It is a extension of the powers that the Constitution has conferred on the Parliament. So you cannot consider that to be an amendment of this word which is given of this 1/10. So if Parliament creates a law, it is not going to change this 1/10 number given in the Constitution. That will be there, but Parliament law will be there. But Constitution itself says unless Parliament makes a law. So it means that once Parliament makes a law, that will be valid. So that cannot be considered to be an amendment of this Constitution. Okay. Do you understand? So is it fine about what is constitutional amendment all about? But constitution amendment bills have to be followed by a certain special procedure. It is not a simple procedure as how we actually observed in ordinary bills and money bills. There is a very specific procedure that is prescribed in the Constitution for introducing and passing a constitution amendment bills. What is that procedure? Procedure for constitution amendment bills under Article, see, whenever I say constitution amendment bills, when I use this word, I'm referring to Article 368 procedure. Okay. Those other parts of the Constitution which can be amended by a simple law, I will not even call them as a constitution amendment. Only when you follow the special procedure under Article 368, that bills will be called as a constitution amendment bills. So Article 368 gives a special procedure for a constitution amendment. First, it can be introduced in both Lok Sabha as well as Rajya Sabha. You can introduce anywhere. Okay. Each house has to pass it individually by a special majority. Once the houses individually have passed by a special majority, should be sent to the other house. There also it should be passed by a special majority, and then goes to the President for his assent. President, in the case of constitution amendment bills, he has no choice. Whatever has been passed by both houses individually with a special majority, compulsorily it has to be accepted by the President. President cannot say that no, I will not accept this, because both states, both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha have passed it by a special majority. It's not like Lok Sabha is trumping over Rajya Sabha, or Lok Sabha has an upper hand over Rajya Sabha or something like that. No, both houses have given consent. So then who is president to override the consent given by the popular chamber? President is after all an indirectly elected head. So that's why when it comes to matters of constitutional amendment, president is bound to give his assent. He gives his assent, it becomes a constitutional amendment act. But only in those cases where federalism is impacted, president, after giving his assent, it goes to the state legislatures. The state legislatures, half of them should pass a resolution. They should pass a resolution in the state assembly saying that yes, we accept this amendment. If half of them pass it with a support for the amendment, in that case, after that, it becomes a Constitution Amendment Act. So Article 360, I told you there are two different methods, just special majority, then you have special majority plus half of the state's ratification. This is followed in this manner. Once the president gives his assent, state legislatures, and when it comes to these issues, after presidential assent, it should also go to the state legislatures. Only after that it will become an act. But these issues where federalism is not involved, those issues, those matters, those bills for changing constitution, after it gets the assent of the president, it immediately becomes a constitutional amendment act. Okay, so this is the three different process which is followed for passing of ordinary bills, passing of money bills, and passing of constitution amendment bills. Okay, can the president hold this for some time? Yes, that is another gray area. The president is not withholding his assent. Withholding his assent means he is writing it clearly. I am not giving my assent. That is what is called as presidential withholding of his assent. But president says that yes. Okay, I'll sign in it. I'm just looking at it. I'm studying the bill. He can postpone it. He always has this flexibility. But in reality, do you think a president will postpone it? Theoretically, yes, the president can postpone. But in reality, do you think the president can postpone? He cannot. He will not do it. Because Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha have passed it with a special majority. If the president is acting as a spoil sport here, Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha will take up impeachment bill against the president. They will even remove him from the post if he is actually sitting on a constitutional amendment bill. Because if you are able to get a special majority for passing a constitutional amendment bill, it is also possible to get enough majority to remove a president who is refusing to give his assent even after both houses have passed a constitution bill with a special majority. No, there is no time limit or anything. You cannot prescribe time limits for constitutional authorities. President is bound to do it within 10 days, 5 days. Highest authority, you place so much trust on him and you leave it to his goodwill, good intentions. His good sense should prevail over his decision. And in case if he does not, the next logical step is he himself will be removed from the post of president. That is what will happen. Sir, when passed in state legislature, even governor of state need to give his assent for citizenship. No, it is not passed in state legislatures. I said half of the state legislatures should ratify it. Ratifying doesn't mean it should be passed. A resolution should be passed in state legislatures that we are supporting this bill. That's all. Okay, it doesn't mean that the bill has to be passed in state legislatures by first reading, second reading, referral to committees. All those things will not happen. State legislatures will just express their support. Yes, I am accepting this bill. That's all. So there you don't have to go to governor and getting his assent. It is not a lawmaking process that is followed in state legislatures. It is just an expression of interest of the states, that expression of support of the state legislatures in favor of the constitution amendment bill. That is what exactly happens in state legislatures. Are we good till now? Did you understand whatever has been taken till now, or do you have any doubts up to whatever has been discussed till now? Is it? I wanted to be very, very clear. I wanted to be crystal clear about these aspects. There need not be any ambiguity or doubts or I'm not able to understand. There should not be such reasons. Are you all very, very clear about whatever has been discussed till now? Yes or no? Understood. Okay. Sir, I have general doubt that Lok Sabha only passes law which is only on union and concurrent list. That's correct, yes. But there are certain special instances. Do not be concerned too much about it. Lok Sabha can also pass laws on state subjects also during emergency times. We will discuss it later. Normally, Lok Sabha has the power to make laws only on matters relating to union list and concurrent list, not on state list. So could you ask us prelims questions regarding those concepts to check ourselves? Of course I can. I have made some questions for previous batches, but I don't know whether I have those questions with me right now. Maybe I can bring, I'll ask you questions. I have questions with you, very interesting questions, which I can ask you once the topic itself is completely over. Okay, I'll definitely ask you questions. That is my way of teaching actually. So I would proceed further only by asking questions. So yes, I will definitely ask. I just have to I have to search in my laptop where are those questions. Let me search it and I'll ask you questions. So any doubts? Any doubts up to this? So do you find the class to be very boring, very monotonous? I'm just talking technical stuff, procedural stuff again and again and again. There are actually, I mean, I don't give too much of stories and all in classes. Okay, because I really don't feel stories really matter. Maybe it might liven up the class, but when it comes to this examination, I only give focus on the substance of what has to be taught. Maybe there are certain examples I can give you when we discuss about anti-defection law. At that time, we can discuss about certain examples. But this entire chapter of parliament is very procedural. You have to just know about one procedure after the other. If I have to discuss about stories, I have to get into case laws, Supreme Court laws, and this particular case, this was what happened. All that is useless for this examination. Case laws, there are some 10 to 15 case laws you have to remember throughout your considering the complete polity syllabus itself. You have to just remember the names of 10-15 case laws, a few committees, commissions, recommendations, so that you are able to bring it as a part of your answer. Okay, just to spice up the class, if I start getting into some cases, telling about this is what happened in this case, Supreme Court gave this opinion, it's a waste of time. That is not at all going to help in any way in the examination. Okay. What about presidential assent for ordinary and money bills? I'll discuss it. I'll discuss it when I discuss about the powers of president. Not right now. Just understand right now. President will give us assent to a bill and then the bill becomes an act. Just remember this much right now. When I discuss about president, I'll discuss what all president can do when a bill is passed and sent to him. Okay. So let's take a break. We will take a break for 10 minutes. Then we will continue. Yeah, sure. You can ask doubts regarding last class. Yes. What is the doubt? Sir, for bills and acts, should we have to refer any ministry websites? Before referring to ministry websites, go and look at last year's prelims question paper. First find out, have you looked at previous year's question paper? Have you found out how many questions have been asked from bills and acts? Yes or no? Have you done that analysis? Do you know how many questions were asked from bills and acts from last year's, as you find from last year's or previous 2 years question papers? Rules of procedure only for Lok Sabha. What about Rajya Sabha? Both have their separate rules of procedure. Each house has made a convenient rules of procedure for each of their business. I don't find any bills and acts questions. So then why do you have to study? You don't have to study it. It's a waste of time going into each and every provision of each and every bills and acts. Waste of time. You will not be able to remember anything. Hardly 1 or 2 questions will be asked. Even those 1 or 2 questions, you will learn it gradually when you write your test series. When you write your test series, when you make mistakes, you will have to then go and read about those laws and bills and acts which are asked in your test question paper. So forget about, there is a tendency among students to give too much importance to current affairs, losing sight of static subjects, losing sight of developing yourself conceptually, developing yourself with adequate substance so as to write a 150 or 250 word answer, that people tend to forget. It's because many academies, online academies or whatever, I don't want to name anyone, but all of them, they have this business model of throwing content again and again and dumping content on you so as to stay relevant in business. They keep on dumping, so much of content is thrown at you these days. So a very innocent, not so smart aspirant, what they will start doing is they will just start spending time on each and every content that is thrown at them. Every day, if you're spending 2-3 hours on current affairs which are thrown at you, you are in the wrong direction, waste of time. Prepare for current affairs from your Hindu newspaper. Remaining time spend on strengthening yourself in polity, strengthening yourself on whatever aspects you can about history. Okay, so those are the aspects which are more important, and a lot of time is getting wasted these days unnecessarily focusing on current affairs, because the real nature of current affairs in UPSC exam is half of the questions from current affairs anyway you will answer if you are preparing sincerely for 1.5 years, 2 years, 1 year, if you are following classes, and if you have written tests. 50% of the current affairs questions you will definitely answer, you will know the answers. The remaining 50% of the questions, no matter what you study, you will not be able to get the answers. So how do you solve those questions? It is not by more and more studying, but it is by finding out more and more ideas about how to spot the wrong options, to develop yourself in that manner, and to find your own gut, what do you say, gut instincts. Okay, what do you say, there's something which gut voice of gut opinion, something, there is a word for that, I'm just not getting it. You have to develop your instincts towards knowing what questions I should not attempt, what questions I should attempt. So developing that skill is what is more important than, so spend more time on sharpening your answer elimination skills rather than spending more time on learning more and more current affairs. All that current affairs that all the institutes have thrown at people is all waste of time in 2020 prelims question paper. That is what my analysis has been all about. Panel of chairpersons preside only when the speaker or deputy speaker are absent. Why not when it is vacant, sir? See, vacancy is a more serious issue. If it is a vacancy, it has to be immediately filled. If speaker is vacant, see, if both are panel of chairpersons, what do I say? The presiding officers are as recognized in Officers of Parliament Act. There is a separate act called as Officers of Parliament Act. Officers of Parliament Act only talks about speaker, deputy speaker, chairman, deputy chairman. Only they are considered to be the presiding officers. It is in their absence you can have substitutes. So they are never called as the presiding officers only in the first place. They will preside over the session when the two presiding officers are not actually available. So absence is understandable, but vacancy is more serious. That is why you cannot just allow vacancy to continue further and further. Okay, there has to be some proper head of the house, these authorities. If they are not available, you can go for substitutes, no harm in that. But the main authorities themselves are not there. If that is the case, first the house has to elect a presiding officer. So that is something, so there's nothing different about it. It is just, what do I say, it's a matter of urgency and importance that you actually give to the office of speaker and deputy speaker, that you cannot have both the offices vacant. So then why do you even, so then we can even run the entire Lok Sabha just with panel of chairpersons. Why do we even need to have presiding officers? We need not even have presiding officers. Let's have only the panel of chairpersons there. That is also possible. So, and moreover, it's not the presiding officer who will actually give certificate as a money bill. It is only speaker who can give certificate as a money bill, not even the deputy speaker. Even the deputy speaker cannot give certificate that it is a money bill. Only speaker can give certificate that it is a money bill. Okay, so it means that a speaker has to be always there. Presiding officers are just to do this temporary task of maintaining order in the house, to conduct the business of the house. But the constitutional responsibility that is given to a speaker is much beyond what is given as a responsibility to this panel of chairpersons. So you cannot have the post vacant. It has to be always filled. Okay. Okay, the time right now, my time is 3:50. We will meet by 4 o'clock. Okay, let's take a break for 10 minutes and we'll meet by 4 o'clock. So we have discussed about two functions of parliament, right? One is law making function, the other one is constituent powers. So before we go to the other function is about control of executive. Okay, before that, there are certain aspects of the constitution which, let me make it somewhat clear to you up to whatever we have studied till now. So I hope by now you have an idea about what bills means. Yes. So you know what is the meaning of motions, and you also know about adjournment, prorogation, dissolution, all these things. I hope you are aware of it. Let me ask you a question. Let's say dissolution happens. Okay, dissolution of Lok Sabha happens. So can Rajya Sabha be dissolved? Can Rajya Sabha be dissolved? No. Rajya Sabha is a permanent body. Only Lok Sabha can be subjected to dissolution. Okay. So let's say a bill is passed in Lok Sabha. Okay. Bill is passed in Lok Sabha, transmitted to Rajya Sabha. And now the Lok Sabha is dissolved. After it is sent to Rajya Sabha has taken it up for discussion. Suddenly Lok Sabha is dissolved. What will happen to this bill? That's correct. The bill dies. The bill lapses. Okay. Lapses means the bill dies. So POXO Bill 2020, introduced by Dr. Kanimuli, after it has been transmitted to Rajya Sabha, the house itself is not there. So the bill will die. Okay. So the next Lok Sabha, after it is formed, they will have to take up POXO bill. If at all they think, if at all a member thinks that POXO bill is very important, yes, there is a lot of sexual offences against the children. If they think it is necessary, they can come up with a new bill for protecting children. Okay, this bill's lifetime is over. Okay, another instance. The bill is taken up for consideration. Okay, it is not yet passed in Lok Sabha, and Lok Sabha dissolves. What will happen to the bill? The bill is introduced in Lok Sabha, and the Lok Sabha has dissolved. What will happen to the bill? Okay, same thing. Bill will lapse. Okay, this is very easy. The next scenario, the bill is introduced in Rajya Sabha. Okay, bill is introduced in Rajya Sabha. Rajya Sabha is discussing this bill, and meanwhile Lok Sabha dissolves. What will happen to the bill? It won't lapse. That's correct, because the bill has no connection with Lok Sabha as of now. As of now, the Rajya Sabha is discussing it. Rajya Sabha has passed it, or Rajya Sabha has only introduced it, whatever it is. The Lok Sabha has nothing to do with this bill, so the bill will not lapse. The bill will just go as usual in the Rajya Sabha. And once Rajya Sabha has passed it, it will transmit it to the next Lok Sabha, to the 18th Lok Sabha. All right. This is first instance. Next is, a bill is introduced in Rajya Sabha. Rajya Sabha has passed this bill. Now it transmits it to Lok Sabha. Lok Sabha is discussing this bill, and Lok Sabha dissolves. So what will happen? No, the bill does not lapse. Bill is passed. Bill was introduced in Rajya Sabha only first. It was only being discussed in Lok Sabha. So even if it dissolves, it's okay. Bill will just remain. The bill will not lapse. A fresh Lok Sabha, after it is constituted, the bill has to be once again reintroduced in Lok Sabha. So you have to just know that the bill does not lapse in these circumstances. Okay. So even in the previous circumstance, Lok Sabha passes it, transmits it to Rajya Sabha. Okay. Here the Lok Sabha dissolves and the end result is the bill lapses. Why is that so? Why does the bill lapse? Even here also you can say that maybe the next Lok Sabha, what is the problem with that? Okay, let the Lok Sabha has passed it and then it has lapsed. So what is the problem? Why should the bill lapse then? Because Lok Sabha has already passed it. Then why should the bill even lapse here? Next Lok Sabha won't have much idea about the bill. Why even care about the next Lok Sabha? It has already crossed Lok Sabha. It has gone to the Rajya Sabha. Okay, Lok Sabha which introduced the bill has lost the popular support. That's what I'm saying. It has already gone. It has already crossed Lok Sabha. That's very correct. Sri Lakshmi's answer. What if Rajya Sabha makes an amendment? That's the answer I'm expecting. Rajya Sabha, if it makes an amendment, sends it again to Lok Sabha, the Lok Sabha which has actually framed that bill, which has actually passed that bill, is not even existing. That is why this kind of a bill will lapse. Okay, a Lok Sabha passing that bill, sending it to Rajya Sabha, that bill will lapse. Okay, on dissolution of Lok Sabha. So understand the reason, because if the Rajya Sabha would want to make amendments and if it sends it back to Lok Sabha, the Lok Sabha is not even available. So the next Lok Sabha has nothing to do with the bill only introduced in the first place. That is why this kind of bills will all lapse. A bill which has only been introduced in Lok Sabha will also lapse. But a bill which has been introduced in Rajya Sabha, which has been passed by Rajya Sabha and it is pending in Lok Sabha, those kind of bills will not lapse. The next Lok Sabha will take it up for discussion and passing. Okay. So just remember this aspect. Are you clear about this? This is given in your Lakshmikant. There is nothing to memorize about it. Just think about it and you will be able to get the answer correct. Yes? Is it clear? Shall we move forward? Shall we proceed further? Or is there any doubt about this? Okay. So this is just one micro aspect that you will have to just keep in your mind. Okay. Something here. And next is can speaker vote? Speaker is the presiding officer of Lok Sabha. So Lok Sabha discusses POXO bill. 2020, it's being discussed in Lok Sabha. So it's taken up for voting. So can the speaker vote here when the POXO bill is taken up for consideration? Can the speaker vote? He can vote only if there is a tie. That's right. That's right. Okay, somebody has given an answer. Yes, because he is also a part of Lok Sabha, right? So what if I ask you another question? If Rajya Sabha has taken this matter up for consideration, so can the chairman vote in that particular bill in Rajya Sabha? Can the chairman vote? No. The answer is wrong. No. You have to understand the role of presiding officers. Presiding officers' role when it comes to voting is they will vote only when there is a tie, when there is equality of votes. So you have to break that equal tie. Only in those instances, presiding officers will cast their vote. Okay. So when the bill is taken up for discussion and after discussion, now voting happens. Speaker or the chairman or whoever may be the presiding officer, they will not vote when the bill is taken up for voting in the first instance. This is called as the voting in the first instance. After discussion, immediately when it is taken up for voting, that time is called as the voting process of in the first instance. There the presiding officer, speaker or the chairman or deputy speaker, whoever is presiding, they will not cast their vote. Only when it is a tie, 50 members are in support of the bill, 50 members are against the bill. It's only in these circumstances the tie has to be broken, the tie has to be resolved. So then speaker or the presiding officer, they will vote on either sides. They can vote either against the bill or for the bill. It's their liberty that they have. Okay, so just understand this. Speaker does not vote in the first instance normally in parliament. So does it mean that speaker will never vote in the first instance at all? Does it mean speaker can never vote in the first instance? Or is there any times when you can find the speaker voting in the first instance? Yes. Okay. When do you find speaker voting in the first instance itself? Where do you find that? When a resolution on his removal. Very good, very good. Okay. Yes, when the speaker, okay, I'll explain to you. So how is the speaker chosen? He is chosen from amongst the members. Majority of the members, if they express their support in favor of one particular person, that person is chosen as the speaker of Lok Sabha. Okay. How can a speaker be removed? Removal of speaker. So speaker himself can resign. Okay, I am not in good health. I cannot sit from morning till evening in the same seat. Okay, I cannot do this work anymore. So hence I am resigning from this post. That is also one way how speaker can step down himself from the post. Another way of how a person can can be removed from the post is by his death. These are natural issues. By his death or by his resignation, he can step down from the post of speaker. Now, the other way of how it can happen is if he is removed on the basis of a removal motion. A speaker is expected to be a impartial head of the house. He should not act partially to the ruling party, even though he might have been elected with the support of ruling party. He is supposed to behave in a very impartial manner. Okay, he should not act completely biased towards only the ruling party. But let's say the speaker is not allowing any private member to introduce their bills. Speaker is not allowing any time for any member of the opposition party or any private members. They are not allowed to raise their questions. Speaker is saying, no, there are important government business that has to be taken up. So I cannot accept your work. Okay. So there can be any grounds. Or speaker is suddenly accused of child molestation or some rape or any such offense. In that case, the MPs decide that this guy is unfit to sit on such a high post of speaker. So he has to be removed from his post. In these kind of instances, speaker can be removed. There is a procedure given. The procedure is not given in the constitution. Constitution only says that a removal motion should be passed against. But Lok Sabha has made a separate handbook which is called as rules of procedure. Okay, as I said, constitution only talks about the macro aspects. All these micro aspects will all be given in the rules of procedure, which is made by Lok Sabha for governing its own business, how its business should be conducted. All that is given in rules of procedure. So rules of procedure of Lok Sabha talks about a removal motion against the speaker. What should be the process that is followed? So what is given in rules of procedure in about the removal motion? The speaker has to be first given a notice that I'm Rahul Gandhi. I want to introduce a removal motion against the speaker. So I have to give a notice to the speaker in 14 days in advance. Before 14 days, I have to give a notice saying that I am planning to introduce a removal motion against you. So you have to accept it. If a removal motion is introduced against the speaker shall admit the removal motion. Okay, he shall admit the removal motion, and he has 14 days to respond. And so why 14 days? 14 days is given so as he can prepare his defense. He can go through the charges against him. He can prepare his defense speech. He can accept the charges or he can deny the charges. So it's just a time for him to get prepared on the day of his removal motion. Okay. So the speaker admits the removal motion, and once the removal motion is admitted, the speaker steps down. Okay, he is still the speaker, but he will not preside over the day when his removal motion is going to be taken up for consideration. When his removal motion is going to be discussed in the House, he is not going to preside over the House. Instead, the deputy speaker presides, or any other member or panel of chairpersons, any one member can even preside. Speaker will not preside over the passing and discussion passing of his removal motion. So speaker will be just sitting as one other MP. He is just one other MP sitting in his place. He is not going to preside over the session. So the removal motion will be discussed in the House. Rahul Gandhi will put forward all the accusations against the speaker. Speaker will get up and he will make a statement in his own defense. All that will be happening. And then the removal motion will be taken up for voting. Okay. And what is the support that is required for the removal motion to be successfully passed in Lok Sabha? Removal of speaker, such a motion to be successfully passed in Lok Sabha, what is the majority that is actually required? How many members should actually support the removal motion? What the constitution says is it should be supported by a majority of the then members, the then members of the House. So what it means is membership of the House minus any vacancies. So 543 minus 10 vacancies, 533. Out of 533 members, divide by 2 plus 1. So this is the majority. These many number of people should support the removal motion. So only then a speaker can actually be removed from the membership of the House. Sorry, not membership of the House, from the post of speaker. Okay. So when the removal motion is taken up for voting, speaker, he is just sitting as one other MP. He is not presiding over the House. In that case, the speaker will directly vote in the first instance. When the removal motion is taken up for voting, speaker will first instance itself, he will exercise his vote. So if you just know this, usually a speaker does not vote in the first instance. But when his removal motion is taken up for consideration, just because he is not presiding over that sitting, he can vote in the first instance itself. Okay. So what about deputy speaker? Will a deputy speaker have the power of voting in the first instance? Why do you say no? See, deputy speaker is just sitting as any other normal member. Usually the speaker presides over the House. So the deputy speaker will most probably in every other lawmaking process, he will be voting in the first instance. Only when he is presiding as a presiding officer, in that case alone, deputy speaker will not be voting in the first instance. Otherwise, he is just sitting as one other normal MP, he will also be voting normally only. Only when deputy speaker is presiding over the House, in that instance, in that cases, he will not be able to vote in the first instance because he is presiding. Otherwise, he will normally participate in the voting process. Okay. So this is what you'll have to know with respect to removal of speaker. And is there any other grounds on which a speaker can be removed? One is if he resigns, if he dies, he is removed by means of a removal motion. Is there any other way of how you can remove a speaker from his post? Yes or no? Is there any other ways how a speaker can be removed from the post of a speaker? If he is not a member of parliament, that's correct, that's correct. The first primary requirement is he should be an MP. He should be an MP belonging to Lok Sabha. If he is no longer a MP, he cannot. If he is disqualified or disqualified to be an MP, or if he is no longer a member of parliament, in all these cases, he will also no longer continue to be the speaker. Okay. So let me discuss about this aspect. Disqualified to be an MP. How can somebody have the qualification and disqualification from becoming an MP? Qualifications to be an MP. Constitution gives some qualification. It says that he should be a citizen of India, there is a age qualification that is actually given. Age qualification is to become a member of Lok Sabha, you should be more than 25 years of age. To become a member of Rajya Sabha, you should be more than 30 years of age. Okay, and there are other qualifications which will be prescribed by the Parliament by law. Parliament has made the Representation of People's Act 1951, which will give a lot of other grounds. Only then you are considered to be qualified to contest elections to Lok Sabha as well as Rajya Sabha. Okay. What are the so if you have these necessary eligibility criteria, then you can actually go and contest elections. But Representation of People's Act is also enacted so as to prevent criminals from entering into politics. Representation of People's Act 1951 was enacted so as to allow clean politics in India, to have pure politics without criminal influence in lawmaking. That is why there are grounds for disqualification given in Representation of People's Act 1951. What are those grounds? The grounds of disqualification. If you actually read Representation of People's Act 1951, the most important section of this act, which often comes in the news, there is one particular section of RPA 1951 which you always frequently find in the newspapers. Do you know what is that section? Do you know what is the section, most important section of Representation of People's Act 1951? Many times you will come across in newspapers also. Any idea? No? Section 8 and Section 8A of Representation of People's Act 1951. Why is Sasikala Sasikala, if she comes out into 2021, she is going to be released from prison. Okay. Once she comes out, can she contest elections? Can she contest elections to Tamil Nadu State Legislative Assembly? Can she become a chief minister? No. Why not? Why no? Why no as the answer? +6, yes. She is disqualified to contest elections for a period of 6 years. Why so? Because Section 8 and 8A of RPA says so. It says if a person is convicted for an offense, conviction means if you are proved guilty and a court has given you punishment of imprisonment. And if the imprisonment is for a period of more than 2 years, she has been given imprisonment of, I think, 6 years or something, 4 years or 6 years. Okay. So if your imprisonment period is more than a period of 2 years, less than 2 years, it means that it is less serious offenses, pickpocketing, okay, so using bad words in the public. So those kind of offenses considered to be comparatively lesser in magnitude. Murder, rape, serious offenses for which punishment is given for more than 2 years. If those are the categories of offenses where you are given serious, where you are given serious punishment of imprisonment of more than 2 years, the laws Section 8 of Representation of People's Act 1951 says, after you are released from the prison, once your prison time is over, you will be you are disqualified from becoming an MP or MLA for another further period of 6 years. For another 6 more years, you cannot become an MP or MLA. That is what is given in this section. This is how a member gets disqualified to become a MP or MLA. Okay. So you have qualifications, you have disqualifications. So let's say sitting Speaker of Lok Sabha, Mr. Om Birla, he was already involved in some corruption case in Rajasthan when he was a MLA. Okay. So now he is a speaker currently. So the Supreme Court is giving a verdict that you are guilty of corruption. You will be imprisoned for 4 years. 4 years. So from 2021 till 2025, he is going to be put behind bars in prison. After being released in 2025, for another further period of 6 years, that is up to 2031, Om Birla cannot contest elections. Okay, this is the logic. So if he is a sitting speaker, court gives a verdict that he is guilty, it means that he is disqualified. Guilty means he is disqualified for a further period of he attracts disqualification under Section 8 of RPA 1951. So it means that he is disqualified to become a speaker up to 2031 he cannot become a speaker. Okay, he will lose his membership in Lok Sabha. At the same time, he can also not become a speaker up to 2031 because he is disqualified to become an MP until 2031. So if he is disqualified under section 8 and 80 of RP 1951, if he dies, if he resigns, if he lacks the qualification to become an MP, in all these instances, a speaker cannot continue as a speaker. Okay, so this is how a speaker can be removed from the post of a speaker. All right. So this is something that you'll have to know. And somebody had asked a question on joint sitting. Okay. Why would speaker continue even after dissolution? Yes. A speaker, if you actually read constitution, it says that the speaker shall continue to be the speaker even after the dissolution of the house. So the reason is precisely because there might be a joint sitting which can be planned after dissolution. We have just seen Article 108, joint sitting. What does it say? A joint sitting can happen even after dissolution of the house. If a joint sitting is scheduled after dissolution of the house, then who will preside over the house, over the joint sitting? It is the speaker who has to preside over the joint sitting. That is why the speaker does not quit the post of speaker even if the house is dissolved. He will continue to be the speaker until the next speaker, until the next house sits for its session. So that the next house, when they sit, they will choose their own speaker. Until that happens, the speaker will continue. A dissolution of Lok Sabha will not affect the speaker. Speaker will continue to remain in office until the next house sits for its session, and when they choose their own speaker. Till then, he will be in power. He will be the speaker. This is the reason, because a joint sitting can happen even after dissolution of the house, and at that joint sitting, you need to have speaker as the presiding officer. So that is why you cannot allow the speaker to just disappear from his post. You have to have speaker continuing in his office. This is the logic. Sir, a speaker for his own removal, how can he vote? What is the question here? I don't understand. Yes, he should be able to vote. He should, because he is saying that he is not guilty. He says that I have not done a mistake. So he should be able to exercise his vote, that I am not in favor of my removal because I have not made any mistake. So what is the harm in allowing the speaker the power to vote? So that's all. These are some aspects which I have forgotten to mention in yesterday's class. There are also certain other aspects. Parliamentary privileges, that is given in Article 105. I will discuss about what Article 105 is all about. We'll move on to the next important function of Parliament. The next important function of Parliament is exercising control on the executive. So one way of exercising control on the executive is by having what is called as financial control. Okay, so it's a control over the money that the executive spends. So as I told you yesterday, two different kinds of control. One is what is called as pre-expenditure control. The other one is post-expenditure control. Pre-expenditure control is exercised by means of department-related standing committees and budget process. The entire budget process itself is for pre-expenditure control. Post-expenditure control is exercised by means of financial committees. Okay. I also gave you an example yesterday. When you ask for your father for your money, before expenditure, he asks you why, what purpose, why do you need 100 rupees for that? 50 rupees itself is sufficient enough to buy a long size notebook. Why do you want 100 rupees? So these kind of questions he asks. After money is spent, he asks you, give me the receipt, give me the bill of that shop. I'll see whether you have really spent money on notebook only or have you spent on something else. I want to find out. Okay, that is done after expenditure is incurred. This how does the Parliament exercise this kind of a control on the executive? Let's discuss about the budgeting process. So you have to know the meaning of DRSCs here. You have to know what is DRSCs, and you have to know another word which is called as demand for grants. Okay. and you should just know what is charged expenditure. And another terminology you should know is what is called as appropriation bill. Then you have to know what is a finance bill. These are the terms that you have to know so as to understand this concept called as budget. So let me explain to you what is a DRSC. As I told you, the individual departments of the union government, whatever their proposals are, whatever their new laws that they require, so anything concerning about the affairs of a ministry, that is all controlled by a particular committee in the parliament. It's a DRS, department related standing committees. So how many DRSCs do we have? We have a total of 24 different department related standing committees. How many members are there in each department related standing committees? So first of all, what is the function of DRSCs? Total we have number of DRSCs is 24. What does the DRSCs do? DRSCs scrutinize the bills introduced in parliament. DRSCs scrutinize demand for grants. I'll explain to you what is demand for grants. So how many DRSCs we have? We have a total of 24. Who are the members of these DRSCs? Department related standing committees comprises members from both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. It's a combined membership. In each and every DRSC, we will have both members of Rajya Sabha as well as Lok Sabha. 21 members from Lok Sabha, 10 members from Rajya Sabha. This is the composition of DRSCs. And anybody, do you know how these members are elected? 21 members from Lok Sabha, how are they chosen? 10 members from Rajya Sabha, how are they chosen? This is something that you'll have to focus upon. Do you know how are these 21 members chosen from Lok Sabha? That's correct. 21 members are chosen from Lok Sabha by indirect elections. Okay, they are elected. They are elected amongst the members of Lok Sabha. Of course, you cannot use the first past the post principle. If you use the first past the post principle, all 21 members will be only from BJP. That is why we use a different system, which is called as proportional representation system. We use it here. So each and every political party, as per the total number of people that they have there, their strength there, so they will be having as many seats. So if DMK has 39 seats out of 544, it will be given around probably 6% of the total seats in DRSC. Depending upon each and every political party's size in Lok Sabha, as that many number of seats in the committees will be given. So from Lok Sabha, these members are elected. From Rajya Sabha, the members are nominated by chairman. It is a safeguard, because what if 450 seats in Lok Sabha completely dominated by BJP? So does it mean that all 21 members are going to be from anyway from ruling party? If that is the case, you should at least provide some scope for Rajya Sabha chairman. He as a vice president of India, as a chairman of Rajya Sabha, so he would not want a committee to be completely dwarfed by only ruling party members. So at least he should have a safeguard there. He will then decide that already 21 members are there from BJP. So let me nominate only opposition members, DMK, Communist Party, Trinamool Congress. Let me only take those members, 10 members, and let me nominate to each and every DRSC. So you should have that kind of one more level of safeguard. That is why members from Rajya Sabha will be nominated by the chairman, whereas members from Lok Sabha, they will be elected on the basis of proportional representation. Okay. So this is just to prevent a complete monopoly on the part of the ruling party if they enjoy majority support in Lok Sabha. That is why we give one more level of check, a kind of a scope for Rajya Sabha to bring in some variety of voices in DRSCs. Okay. Ideally speaking, we should not have a system of nomination. Only everything should be done on the basis of election. But it is so obvious that many times Lok Sabha, if it, because of its brute majority, it can completely overpower the DRSCs. That is why you need to have Rajya Sabha nominating members on the good wisdom of the chairman of Rajya Sabha. So DRSC structure is provided like this. Okay, a total of 31 members in each DRSC, 21 elected, 10 nominated, and this is the structure. So this is the functions that they perform. The membership, the committees will continue to exist. The committee will not come to an end at all, but membership is for 1 year. Every 1 year once, new round of elections will be held and new members can be brought in. Okay, so every 1 year once, new elections have to be held. Anybody who can contest for membership here, they can contest and they can become members of department related standing committees. So just know this much, the 31 members will have to once again recontest for elections and they have to become continue as the members of DRSC. Membership is annual, every 1 year once, new members have to be chosen. Okay. Another question here is, who can be the members? You have ministers, you have private members, right? I told you the purpose of department related standing committee is to exercise pre-budget control, pre-expenditure control. You're controlling the executive. So if you want to control the executive, can you have ministers as a part of the committees? Yes, no. You cannot have ministers themselves as a part of DRSC because you are going to control the ministers, and how can you have ministers itself as a part of DRSC to control the ministers? There will be conflict of interest. That is why you cannot have ministers as a part of DRSCs. Only private members are a part of department related standing committees. Okay. Sir, what was the second function? Can't understand. You mean to say about scrutinizing demand for grants? I am yet to explain it. I'll explain to you what it is. It's only when you understand what is demand for grant, you will be able to understand what is scrutinizing demand for grants. I'll explain to you. But just understand, this is how a DRSC is structured. This is the composition of DRSCs. Okay. Let's move forward. This is an example of standing committee, permanent committees. So I'm sure you understand the meaning of this. I'll explain to you what is demand for grants. To understand demand for grants, you should know what is the structure of how government is organized. Okay, I'll tell you. You have Prime Minister, under whom you have various colleagues, Home Minister, Finance Ministry, Defense, so many other functions. Let's take the case of one ministry, okay, Finance Ministry, or we'll take the Ministry of Panchayati Raj. Any example can be taken. Ministry of Panchayati Raj. You have a secretary here, the administrative head. You have additional secretary under him. Each additional secretary will have 3 joint secretaries. Each joint secretary will have many deputy secretaries, under secretary. It just goes on. Okay. So look at the structure of this setup. It's a pyramidal structure. This is how every government organization is arranged. It's a pyramidal structure. Okay. So the deputy secretary, let's say the lowermost post is what you call as an assistant secretary. Okay. An assistant secretary, how much money does assistant secretary require for the upcoming? Why is a budget made? A budget is a financial plan that a government makes so as to meet out its expenditures for the upcoming year, for the forthcoming year. So we will take the financial year 2021 to 2022. This is the financial year. Now, right now, our financial year is 2020 to 2021. From 1st April 2021 to 31st March 2012. This 12 months is what is called as the financial year. For this financial year, how are we going to meet out our expenditures? So to meet out the expenditures, how are we going to raise more money? It is these two ideas, just like how you make a budget in your home. Your father receives 40,000 rupees as salary. Out of 40,000 rupees, how am I going to meet out my son's education, my travel expenses, my household expenses, my electricity expenses, my EMIs? All that has to be planned within this 40,000 rupees, right? So you're meeting out expenditures by having a revenue source. This is exactly what is happening at a national level. That is what is called as budget. So there will be many assistant secretaries. So let's take the case of one assistant secretary. One assistant secretary, he has a salary expenditures of one complete year. He might have 10 lakhs per annum. That is his salary for one complete year. In addition to that, this assistant secretary also has to buy one new computer. He has to build a new toilet room in his office. All that old toilet is all broken, so he has to buy some new closets and install it. So he has to spend money. So this is called as revenue expenditure. These are called as capital expenditures. Okay. So a budget proposal has to have revenue expenditures and capital expenditures shown separately. For one assistant secretary, his annual budget for 2021-2022 is 10 lakh rupees of revenue expenditures and 3 lakh rupees of capital expenditures. So let's say 13 lakh. 13 lakh rupees is the requirement of this assistant secretary. You have 5 different assistant secretaries here. So it means that each deputy secretary now has to require 13 lakh, 13 lakh, 13 lakh, 13 lakh, 13 lakh, 5 assistant secretaries. So it is 65 lakhs budget demand of assistant secretary. In addition to that, he will have his own budget requirement, his own salary, his own office expenses and all. That can be for another 25 lakhs. So 65 plus 25 is 90 lakh is the demand of this deputy secretary. This deputy secretary will have a demand of 90 lakh. This DS will have a demand of 90 lakh, right? So each joint secretary will have a total demand of 2.7 crore plus 1 crore for his own office expenses, his salary, his allowances. So do you understand? This is how each and every this is how the demands keep on increasing as it goes to the top. And so you can say that a secretary of Ministry of Panchayat Raj will require a total demand. He demands a grant of 5,000 crore. He is demanding 5,000 crore grant to spend for the upcoming financial year. This is how a budget is made. Okay, from the lower levels it starts, it goes to the highest level. So the requirement of Ministry of Panchayat Raj, the demand, the grant, see what do you make? He is demanding the parliament to grant him 5,000 crore. That is what is called as demand for grants. Okay. Demand for grants. Do you understand this process? First, let me get the answer for this. Do you understand this process which I have just explained to you now? This is how budget is compiled at each and higher levels. So for the entire India, Ministry of Panchayat Raj, it makes a demand that for the next financial year, I require a total grant of 5,000 crores. So Panchayat Raj demand is 5,000 crore. Defense Ministry, that will have its own expenditures and everything, 25,000 crore. Pensions for retired soldiers, salary for current soldiers, capital expenditure of buying new tanks, new fighter aircrafts. So it will have its own demand of 25,000 crores. Home Ministry, 550,000 crores. It will have its own demand. So what will the Finance Minister do? Finance Minister will make a sum total of all Prime Minister. Even Prime Minister's office will also have its own demand. So the Finance Minister will make a compilation of this entire demand for grant of each and every ministry. It might come to around 1.5 lakh crores. Okay. So the entire demand for grant of all the ministries combined together comes to 1.5 lakh crores for the financial year 2021 to 2022. This is what is called as demand for grants. Okay, once this calculation is over, this will be over by the month of December, January itself, all this calculation will be over. And how does the budget process start? The budget process starts every year by the last day of working day of February, which is February 28th will be the day of presentation of budget. Budget day, budget presentation. So Finance Minister will bring in all the expected expenditures, demand for grants. She tables it in the parliament and she makes a speech. This is our budget requirement for the financial year, and she will talk. The entire one complete day is for finance minister. The finance minister will make the entire speech. So in the last 1 year, what is all our achievements? We have focused on child health care, Poshan Abhiyan, WASH initiative was taken, Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. So she will just glorify every achievement of her government. So she will say that last year we have spent 50,000 crores on this particular scheme and it has yielded tremendous results. Children have all become nourished right now. Okay, she makes all these things. She also gives an idea about economic survey. She says that the rate of growth of India in the last year was 5% compared to the previous year of 4%. So we are going forward. So she gives a state of health. She gives an idea about the current economic situation in the country. She also brings into the notice of the members of Lok Sabha the progress made by the government in the last 1 year. All that is presented to the members, and she says that I demand a total grant of 30,000 crores to be given for the purpose of our government, to run our government for the financial year 2021 to 2022. So please give me some grants. So I'm placing the budget here for Parliament to approve the grants of 1.5 lakh crores. Okay, that's all happens on the first day of the budget, nothing else. She makes a speech, she says the individual demand of each and every ministry. She sums it up by saying, I want 1.5 lakh crore totally to run my government. Okay. After that, Speaker refers the DFGs to department related standing committees. So Ministry of Panchayat Raj has demanded a total of 5,000 crore. Why 5,000 crore? This is referred to department related standing committee on Panchayat Raj. Similarly, Ministry on Finance has demanded a grant of 15,000 crores. Why 15,000 crores? What is the purpose that you require 15,000 crores? That will be referred to department related standing committee on finance. Okay. So then the work of DRSCs will start. As you know, the work of DRSCs is to scrutinize whatever is referred to them. Either they can scrutinize the bills or they can scrutinize this budget demand for grants. Finance Ministry, whatever they have asked, the DRSCs will go through it. They will find out whether that whatever money they are asking, is it genuine or not? Is it correct? Is it a waste of money? Correctness of the purpose. Okay, as I told you yesterday, it's a quality and quantity. Quality is measured in terms of purpose. Why do you require? Quantity. How much do you require? Why are you asking for 50,000 crores? Last year you were not okay. So I'm not discussing that. Speaker refers the individual demand for grants to the DRSCs. After that, it's going to be a 1 month break, 1 month recess. Parliament will not be sitting in session. The DRSCs will start doing their work. They will go through the demands and they will find out flaws in those demands. They will find out what are the issues in demand for grants. It is for that purpose you require a time of 1 month. Okay. So in that 1 month, each and every DRSC will study the demands and they will give their report on the quality as well as quantity of the demand. Okay. So after 1 month, DRSCs, and yes, before that, how do DRSCs scrutinize demand for grants? It is with the help of annual report of the ministry. Last year, each and every ministry will publish their annual reports. So what have they done for last one complete year? What are their achievements? Out of 20,000 crore given to them in the last 1 year, out of 20,000 crore, 5,000 crore was spent on, let's take the case of Ministry of Panchayat Raj. 5,000 crores was spent on Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme. 5,000 crore was spent on Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. 5,000 crore was spent on some other program. And out of 5,000 crores, how have you spent? That Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme. What kind of projects were all taken up? Regionally, how much benefit did South Indian states get? How much benefit did North Indian states get? Those aspects, all that will be published in the form of their annual report of the ministry. So DRSCs will go through the annual report of the ministry and they will find out issues. Money has been spent only on 3 states. 90% money was spent only on 3 North Indian states. Only 10% money was spent on the entire India as a whole. So hence, this is a problem. So I don't think this scheme should even continue any further. This could be an observation made by the DRSC in the report. Next observation is all projects are wasteful projects. There is no outcome at all. They are saying that they have spent 5,000 crore on women and children, but even now the malnourishment rate as per the latest global hunger index remains to be the same. So for what purpose did you spend the 10,000 crore? It's like the entire program is a waste of money. Otherwise the program should have given some positive results. Then there is no use in spending this money. This is another issue which will be pointed out by the department related standing committees. Okay, so another aspect of what DRSCs will look into is, last year I gave you 20,000 crores. For the entire one complete year, you were not able to spend more than 10,000 crores. Okay, you had the capacity to spend only 10,000 crores. Remaining 10,000 crore, you just returned it back saying that no expense, I was not able to meet out my expenditures. And this year you're asking 30,000 crores. So why are you asking for more money if you cannot even spend 10,000 crores that was asked, that was 20,000 that was given last year? Out of that you spent only 10,000. This year you're asking 30,000. So why are you wasting money? You cannot actually spend money. That is also made as a part of the observation. Don't give them more money, reduce the money. They are not proper, they do not have the capacity to spend money at all. That is why if you see in government offices, first 10 months they will hardly spend 50% of the money. The last 2 months before budget, they will just start dumping money. Okay, all wasteful works will be taken up. They will change tiles of their office itself, because if they return money back, the state legislative assembly, I mean, since I'm the state government, I'm just telling you, the legislature will say that you are not capable of spending money, so next year I'm not going to give you any money. Okay, so this is how it will work. So that is why they would just somehow want to spend money at the last 2 months, and they would just want to show that we are also efficient, we are also capable of spending money, so that next year no reduction happens. Okay, so this is an aspect which will be pointed out by the legislature, that money, you are not capable of spending the money, you don't have the necessary infrastructure and the capacity and the manpower to plan and spend money accordingly. So hence this year you will not get the money that you require. This is another observation made by the department related standing committees in their report. Very much possible. So this is what happens in the process of scrutiny. By using annual report of the ministries, the demand for grants are scrutinized for their purpose, quantity, and capacity to spend the money. All this is published in the form of a report, and this report is tabled in Lok Sabha as well as Rajya Sabha. After the recess period is over, both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha will have access to this report. Both Lok Sabha as well as Rajya Sabha, both of them can discuss about this report submitted by the DRSCs. Okay, discussion will happen in both houses on the report. Rajya Sabha members will also scold the government. See, the DRSC has pointed out these issues, so why are you asking money? It's waste. So your government is not functioning properly at all in the last 1 year. So all kinds of discussions will happen. So next process after this is, so first process is introduction of budget. Next is referral to DRSCs, scrutiny by DRSCs. Once scrutiny by DRSCs is over, the next process is what is called as voting on demand for grants. This is the next step. Okay. So what happens during voting on demands for grants? So up to this, or otherwise I'll stop here. We will take a break for half an hour. Ideally your break is supposed to be at 4:30, but it's now 5. So we'll have a break now for half an hour, and after this we'll continue on voting on demand for grants. So up to this process, do you have any doubts? Or are you getting the flow of, from the macro level, are you getting the flow, how this budget process works? Why is it used? Do you understand it? Do you have any doubts up to what was taken now? Okay. All right. So we'll stop here. We'll take a break for half an hour, and we'll meet again at 5:30. Okay. So if you can DRSEs amend the provisions of demand for grants? No. DRSEs are study committees. They are recommendatory bodies. They can give a recommendation that instead of 20,000 crore, give them 10,000 crore. But the final authority is the parliament. As I said yesterday, money can be sanctioned only with the approval of parliament. The final call has to be taken by the parliament, whether to reduce the money or to keep the money as such. They cannot amend it, they can recommend changes. Is it a disadvantage of making the ministries think that returning money causes negative effects to them next time? Yeah. See, these are the ways how government performance is measured in the government. In government, your efficiency is performed in terms of more and more money you spend. Okay, so even though you say that no, I have achieved the same outcomes. I'm a district collector of one district. And there is a batchmate of mine in the other district. He is spending 100 crores on child nutrition, ICDS, and he is achieving 1% reduction in child mortality, whereas I'm spending only 80 crores and I'm achieving 5% in child mortality, reduction in child mortality. The narrow-minded approach of government budgeting and control in government setup is such that they'll be least bothered about the outcomes. They are only more concerned about why are you not spending the remaining money? Then how will I go and answer to my minister? What will the minister answer to the parliament? It's because of you I'm having headache. Why don't you just spend money like everybody else does? Okay, that is how it actually works in government. Okay, so this is what I call as some kind of a mindset, because government, there is no incentive to save. It's not a private organization where you save money and you can earn more profits. Government's business is to spend money. Government's business is to not to save money, it is to spend money. And so if you are not showing as if you're spending well, it is taken as a reflection of your efficiency and performance, not as a reflection of your ability to come up with novel solutions to problems. Okay, can we add this as a point in the exam? Of course you can add it, but there is a way of adding it. And not, if at all there's a question what are the issues with budgeting, you can actually point out too much emphasis on the expenditure part rather than focusing on the outcomes. It makes the bureaucrats lavishly and excessively spend money rather than focusing on the larger purpose for which money is being spent. So all up it see, writing exam answers in this exam is an art. You have to know the subtle line of difference between how your answers will be perceived, whether it will be perceived as an arrogance or whether it will be perceived as a very mature analysis. There is just a thin line of difference. That's why you need to have a good skill of expressing your thoughts through words to create a favorable impression on the examiner. Does DRSE's recommendations are binding? As I said, DRSEs are study committees. They are only recommendatory in nature. It is up to the parliament to take further actions on that. That is what we will discuss after the break is over. Okay. All right. So we'll take a break and we'll meet after half an hour. Let me Zoom ID password. Hmm. 6823 சரிங்க 2 passcode. Okay. அப்படியே கொஞ்சம் ஜூம் அவுட் பண்ணிருங்க. Okay, so let's continue after what will happen in the next process. So the report is tabled, both Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha will start their discussion, but the next process is what is called as voting on demand for grants. Okay, so each and every ministry has a demand. Panchayat Raj Ministry, it has a demand of 5,000 crore. Finance Ministry has a demand on 4,000 crore. These are the demands. So this is a process which will happen only in Lok Sabha, not in Rajya Sabha. Only Lok Sabha will be involved when it comes to voting on demand for grant. So Lok Sabha will take up the demand of Panchayat Raj Ministry for 5,000 crores that is taken up by Lok Sabha, and the Lok Sabha will vote on it. Okay, so this is a constitutionally mandated process under Article 113. Article 113 talks about voting on demand for grants. So it is exclusively given only in the hands of Lok Sabha, because Lok Sabha happens to be the representative of people directly. So it's an exclusive power given in the hands of Lok Sabha in the constitution. So let's say April 1st, on the agenda, it is mentioned that on April 1st, from 2 o'clock to 6 o'clock, voting on demand for grant of Panchayat Raj Ministry. Okay, this is what is the agenda. So a copy of the agenda is there with Rahul Gandhi, and so Rahul Gandhi decides now. So Rahul Gandhi decides now, I have to ask questions. I am not okay with the demand for grant of 5,000 crores. So I have to oppose this demand for grant of 5,000 crores. So what does Rahul Gandhi do? Rahul Gandhi wants to move a motion. He wants to move a motion to raise his objection. He wants to take time out of that and he wants to raise objection. He wants to ask questions. He wants to propose cuts to the expenditure. He does not want to give 5,000 crore. He wants to give only 3,000 crore. He is not happy with the particular policy of the government. Panchayat Raj Ministry's policy on rural housing, Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. Rahul Gandhi is not happy with that particular policy. So he wants to oppose that policy completely. He wants to take that scheme from the government completely. So he has a lot of procedural tools to raise his opinions. As you know, it's a tool of motion that is going to be used for raising any questions and raising any objections to the budget proposals. But in the budget context, in the context of budget, these motions are called as cut motions. This is given in rules of procedure. not in the constitution. The provision of moving cut motions against, there is no operation. Display turns into, okay. தம்பி மேலே பாருங்க, அந்த டிவி ஆஃப் ஆக போகுதுன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். So there is a tool of cut motions which is given in rules of procedure. It is said in rules of procedure, during budget discussions in Lok Sabha, a member can make use of following cut motions and they can raise issues against the budget proposals. Okay, so this is how it is actually. So at 2 o'clock to 6 o'clock, this discussion is going to happen. And what is Rahul Gandhi going to do? That day morning, he goes to the speaker and he gives a notice to the speaker. I would like to introduce a cut motion. I don't like to give 5,000 crores for Panchayat Raj Ministry. So I would like to reduce this expenditure from 5,000 crores. I want to reduce it to 3,000 crore. So Rahul Gandhi is giving a notice for a cut motion, that is to reduce the expenditure from 5,000 crores to 3,000 crores. So any cut motion moved so as to reduce the expenditure, so as to economize on the expenditure, that is called as economy cut. You are reducing the expenditure. Okay, that is what is called as economic cut. If you give an economic cut motion, the question that will be put before the House is, I would like to reduce the financial outlay for MGNREGS from 5,000 crore to 3,000 crore. So this is the purpose of moving the motion. The purpose of moving the motion is to reduce the amount. So as usual, the motion will be admitted, it will be discussed by the House, then it will be voted. If it is successfully voted, what does it mean? If a cut motion to reduce the expenditure from 5,000 crore to 3,000 crore is successfully voted in the House, what does it mean? What is the end result of this cut motion, economic cut motion successfully adopted? What is the net result of that? Any answers? So basically what is going to happen is yes, the motion is adopted, but voting on DFG is still pending. That's a very, very good answer. That's correct. Yes. No budget is passed. No. So why are you linking budget process to cut motions? I told you cut motion is for a very specific purpose. The cut motion, there are budget means it's a compilation of all the different demands for grants. This is right now what we are taking up is DFG of Panchayat Raj Ministry alone. There are so many other ministries DFGs. So why are you associating this cut motion against a particular scheme MGNREGS of Panchayat Raj Ministry? So cut motion is moved against this alone. It is not moved against the entire budget or anything. That is why I asked this question. The cut motion is it's a tool that is used against a particular expenditure. He wants to reduce the expenditure. That's all. Nothing more than that. Archana's answer is right. The motion is adopted, but voting on DFG still remains pending. That's very correct. So economic cut motion, Rahul Gandhi gives a notice. He wants to reduce the expense from 5,000 crore to 3,000 crore. If a motion is successfully adopted, it means that Rahul Gandhi has succeeded in his objective. So for MGNREGS, the total financial outlay is reduced to 3,000 crore. Okay. So is that all? Is that all to the story, or is there something more beyond that? So can we just say Rahul Gandhi has succeeded in reducing the financial expenditure of the government? Is it all, or does it indicate something more serious? If Rahul Gandhi is able to achieve this feat, if Rahul Gandhi is able to mobilize maximum support in his side, what does it indicate? It indicates Narendra Modi has lost its support. Narendra Modi government has lost its support. Rahul Gandhi has managed to get support against the government. A cut motion successfully adopted in the House can even lead to a no confidence motion being passed against the ministry. That clearly shows that the legislature is against the ministry. Okay, so it's very obvious possibility. A cut motion being adopted successfully points to the lack of support or majority enjoyed by the government in the house. So let's keep that in mind. Okay, so cut motions are serious tools of censure against the government. These are not simple procedural devices. These are tools of censure. Censuring. You are warning the government. You are opposing the government. Okay, cut motions act as a tool of censure against the government. So the sentence that I told you now is actually a means point. When there is a question in the examination, examine the different ways in which executive is controlled by the legislature. You can make use of this point. Through the instrument of cut motions, the executive is censured by the legislature. Okay. So cut motions are all passed. A lot of discussion happens, and so on this particular day, the demand for grant of PRI ministry is taken up. Discussion, cut motions are all moved, amount is reduced, everything is done, and finally the DFG is put for voting. Okay, the purpose of cut motion is to reduce the money alone, and money alone is not the purpose of demand for grant. It's a long document which contains a lot of other aspects also. The last part is the total outlay for Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana is 5,000 crore. But what is the purpose of that? Where is it going to be spent? Who are the eligible beneficiaries? All that is also part of the demand for grant, right? So cut motions has a very limited role, and once the cut motions are all passed and everything is over, finally the DFGs are taken up for voting, and a simple majority vote is required so as to pass each and every demand for grant. Each and every demand for grant of each and every ministry has to be taken separately, and all of them will be voted in the Lok Sabha, not in Rajya Sabha. So this is an exclusive privilege of Lok Sabha alone, not to the Rajya Sabha. Voting on demand for grants. Each and every demand for grant has to be voted separately in Lok Sabha. Okay. Okay, this process is also over. Voting on demand for grants is also over. So what is the next step? Next step is what is called as okay. See, Parliament, no taxation without representation. So Lok Sabha has voted, all that is fine, but parliamentary approval is required. If we say parliamentary approval is required to take money out, to spend money, it means that both houses of parliament has to give their approval. So there is a constitutional mechanism that is available to get the consent of both houses. That is what is called as appropriation bill, mentioned in Article 114. Okay, I'll show you what is an appropriation bill. I'll just show you an example of appropriation bill so that you can understand it better. As introduced in Lok Sabha, Jammu and Kashmir Appropriation Bill 2020. This is how the appropriation bill looks like. Okay, see, just look at the content. A bill to authorize the payment and appropriation of certain sums from and out of consolidated fund of state of J&K. Forget about J&K, think about consolidated fund of India for the services of the financial year 20. Okay, be it enacted by the parliament and all these things. You have all the text of the bill. Okay, the general text, and look at this. This is the other part of the bill. One is you have the every other text which is a part of that bill, objective, why are you taking money, how much money is taken from where, all that is given. In addition to that, look at this. You have two components here, voted by parliament charged on the consolidated fund. So an appropriation bill has two parts. One is what is called as the voted part, other one is called as the charged part. So do you understand by voted part? Voted part means whatever has been voted in Lok Sabha. That is what is the meaning of voted by parliament. Okay, whatever demand for grant has been voted. Okay, so that will be mentioned there. So in addition to that, see, I told you yesterday also, the salary of an IAS officer, a secretary, additional secretary, a joint secretary. What about their salaries? Their salaries are all voted as a part of budget. That is why even when you are in the field, you will come to realize that the month of April and May, most probably you will not receive salary. Your salary will come only by the month of June. The answer that your finance department will say is because the budget is not yet passed. So it's only when the budget is passed, you as a part of executive, your salary is all a part of this votable component, voted expenditures. So it has by Lok Sabha, and after that you will get your salary. But as I said, there are certain posts which are constitutionally very important to maintain a check and balance on the executive. So that is why those posts of judiciary, speaker, president, okay, these are all given in Article 112. What are all the different charged expenditures are given in Article 112. So those aspects are all charged expenditure, voted expenditure and charged expenditure. So both require money. You have to take money from consolidated fund to meet out the votable part. You have to take money out of consolidated fund to meet the requirements of charged expenditure. So how do you do that? Constitution has a provision in the form of Article 114, appropriation bill. So Constitution says after voting on demand for grants is over, okay, once voting on demand for grant is over, the amounts voted and the charged expenditure shall be presented and shall be passed by both houses of parliament. This is what is given in Article 1114. Okay, so appropriation bill shall have voted expenditure, voted demand for grants will be a part of it. Then it should also state the entire charged expenditure for the upcoming financial year, their salaries, plus verdict given by the courts, compensation to be made out of court verdicts, court judgments. So all those aspects are a part of charged expenditure. So hence these aspects, along with the text that you have seen, appropriation bill, what is the objective, and all this will be there. This is the draft of, this is how the appropriation bill looks like. And this bill has to be passed in both Lok Sabha as well as in Rajya Sabha. Okay. So how is it passed? The next question is how is it passed? And this appropriation bill is passed. The Constitution does not give any method that it should be passed as an ordinary bill or it should be passed using a special procedure. It is nowhere given in the Constitution. But I don't know what has happened. Okay. The Constitution does not mention whether appropriation bill should be passed as an ordinary bill or a money bill. It only says this much. Appropriation bill has to be passed by both houses of parliament, and it shall contain voted expenditure, charged expenditure. It should be introduced after demand for grants has been voted. These are the aspects which are given in Article 114 of the Constitution. And one more aspect that is given in Article 114 is once voting on demand for grant is all over, already Lok Sabha has voted on the amount, 5,000 crore amount, everything has been voted by Lok Sabha after extensive discussions, after cut motions are all moved. After that, we have reached a number. That is what is here in votable part, right? Charged expenditures are charged as per the respective act. Did I tell you yesterday that President's salary is charged on the Consolidated Fund of India? Because the President has to act in an independent manner. When the bill is passed by both houses and given to the President, he has to have independence in giving his assent. And where is the and President salary is charged from the Consolidated Fund of India. There is a separate act for that purpose. President Salaries, Allowances, Emoluments Act. That act is actually, it was enacted so as to charge President's yearly salary from the Consolidated Fund of India. So if you want to change President's salary, you should only change in that particular act and not here. Okay, so that is why appropriation bill, you cannot change the voted expenditures, you cannot change the charged expenditures. No changes can be made to any of these parts of the appropriation bill. Voted expenditure, you cannot make any changes. So this is actually given as a constitutional provision. Okay, so there is no point in discussing why it should not be changed and all. Appropriation bill is introduced once voting on demand for grants is over by Lok Sabha. Appropriation bill has to become an act. A bill has to become an act, and only then there is a government authority, there is a sanction of an authority to take money and spend money out. Okay, so the constitutional method to get the sanction of both houses of parliament is what is called as appropriation bill. Appropriation, you are taking money out of consolidated fund for meeting the expenses of voted expenditure as well as the charged expenditure. When the bill is moved in Lok Sabha as well as in Rajya Sabha, nobody, no house can make any change to either to the voted component or to the charged component. No changes admissible. Okay, so just know this aspect alone. You don't have to go know anything else. So what is the purpose of appropriation bill? Do you understand what is the purpose of appropriation bill? How would you define it? When I ask you this question, what do you understand by appropriation bill? A way of getting parliamentary approval for expenditure out of consolidated fund. That is the exact definition. That's correct. That's correct. Good. So you have taken care of the expenditure side. Agreed. You have passed the appropriation. Voting on demand for grants is over. Then you pass the appropriation bill. Lok Sabha passes it, sends it to Rajya Sabha. Rajya Sabha passes it, sends it to the President. President gives his assent. Appropriation bill becomes Appropriation Act 2021. All right. So the expenditure side is taken care. The government's expenditure needs of 1.5 lakh, 15 lakh crore for the financial year 2021 is well taken care of, accepted. How is the government going to raise money for this purpose? Spending part is over. How is the government going to raise more money to take care of the expenditure needs? What is the government going to do? It is for that purpose we have a procedure called as passing of the finance bill. Okay, finance bill is passed. The purpose of finance bill is to find out ways and means of meeting out the expenditures, to mobilize money so as to meet out the expenditures as voted in the appropriation bill. So if 15 lakh crores has been estimated as the expenditure, it has been approved. How are you going to raise 15 lakh crores? Finance bill will have the details. Income tax, I am raising it by 5%. So because of that, I will be mobilizing 30,000 crores. GST increase, customs, it's increase. Special tax called as housing tax is also going to be levied on the people. So from that, I am able to mobilize some amount. So finance bill talks about taxation and the different ways of how the government plans to raise its resource. Finance bill is not given in the constitution. Finance bill is mentioned in the rules of procedure. Finance bill is passed like a money bill. It is certified as a money bill by the speaker. Rajya Sabha will have no role to play when it comes to passing of the finance bill. So finance bill is passed by both Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha. Then it is sent to President for his assent. President gives his assent. It becomes a Finance Act 2021. So understand the principle here. Now the government, so see, a law is made, it is given to the executive to enforce the law, to execute the law. So the executive now has the authority to spend money based on Appropriation Act. Now the executive has the authority to collect money based on the provisions of Finance Act. This is how the executive is empowered to both spend money as well as collect money. That is the purpose of budget. Okay. So this is how the expenditure process is actually it is actually controlled by the legislature before the expenditure happens. Before the money is spent, the executives spending decisions are controlled by the legislature through the process of cut motions, discussions and debates, and by passing of appropriation bill, finance bill. This is how legislature exercises the scrutiny by DRSCs, budgetary control exercised by the legislature on the executive. So with this, we are concluding our budget discussions. There is nothing more to be discussed about budget. So did you get the whole idea about budget? Yes. Do you get the complete idea about the budget process, how it is done? There are certain other aspects, certain other terminologies that have to be discussed in the context of budget process. I'll just discuss about that also. There are certain other grants which have to be discussed. I'll just come to that. What are they? So please listen. Money has been sanctioned for expenditure from 1st April 2021 to 31st March 2022. Yes, this is the period for which money has been sanctioned for expenditure, right? Let's say this is the scheme, Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. The financial outlay for PMAY in the budget proposal was 10,000 crore. Ideally speaking, this entire 10,000 crore should be spent for this entire 1 year. So government has made an estimate, I would require 10,000 crore for complete 1 year expenditure. But unfortunately, by the month of August itself, entire 10,000 crores is over. Government has no money at all to spend. So what can the government do now? What do you think the government can do here if the money is completely spent? Any ideas? What can the government do? Should again get approval. Yes, that is one way. So what it can do is, it has to come to the parliament again and it has to ask for supplementary grant. You just asking them to supplement the already available resources. It's not sufficient enough, so supplement it. Give me more. That's the idea. Okay. So a demand for supplementary grant is placed before Lok Sabha. Lok Sabha votes on it, and based on that, more money is actually given to the executive. Okay. So understand, supplementary grant is for already approved scheme in the budget. The purpose, PMAY, has already been approved, just that the quantum is not enough. So you have to just get more amount of money for the purpose which was already approved in the budget, you use the procedure of supplementary grant. Okay. There is something else which is called as additional grant. So suddenly Prime Minister feels that he has to now come up with a new scheme. Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, urban housing scheme, all that is not sufficient. So he's coming up with a new scheme, PM Cares, something like this. Okay, he's coming up with a new scheme, and for a new scheme, he has to first go and satisfy the parliament about the purpose. He should also satisfy the parliament about the quantity. This is what is called as additional grant. So this was not a part of the budget, but in the middle of the year, say around September, there is an urgent need because Corona had come. So there is an urgent need to raise more money by raising more taxes. Okay, he has to spend more money. So he has to go and satisfy the parliament that the purpose is also correct. The amount required is also necessary. So he has to satisfy the parliament on both these counts, and that is where he goes to the parliament and says, please give me additional grant of 20,000 crores. Okay, This is the difference between supplementary grant and additional grant. Another way how the government can mete out its funds if it falls short is by using what is called as token grant. What is token grant? Token grant is Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, Swachh Bharat Mission. Both these are programs under Ministry of Panchayati Raj. So PMAY has a financial outlay of 10,000 crore. Swachh Bharat Mission has a financial outlay of 5,000 crores. So by the month of September, this money is completely over. But okay, let's say it's 40,000 crores. But PMAY, they have only spent 2,500 crore from 1st April to September. And the executive clearly knows that, it is not going to completely exhaust this money. So this money is going to be returned back to Parliament. So if that is the case, what executive can do is, it can just start using money from here, it can take money and it can use here. Okay. So what it should do, and during the month of September, why is the executive doing this? Because by the month of September, Parliament was not in session. Parliament session is already over. Now it is going to sit in session only after 4 more months. So then how will the executive spend money for 4 months for Swachh Bharat Mission? It has to do all these kind of jugglery. So it takes money from one scheme and starts spending in the other. And what needs to be done? Then after the next parliamentary session, whenever Parliament sits for its session, a token grant has to be given, a token grant. Okay. So the executive goes to the Parliament and says, please approve this token grant. Token grant means, it means that you're not giving them any additional money or anything. Whatever has been approved in the budget is only that much amount only. Just that the purpose is being changed. Earlier the purpose was for Awas Yojana. Right now the purpose is for Swachh Bharat Mission. Okay, so this is what is called as token grant. This kind of a change happens. So then you go to the Parliament and you ask them for approving this, because you cannot change the purpose. Executive, even if it wants to change the purpose, it has to do it only with the approval of the Parliament, with the approval of people of India. But just because Parliament is not in session and expenditures have to be immediately made, you cannot have any other option than to use. The executive just takes, because executive feels that anyway it is my money. Anyway, money, I'm not asking more money. The same money, I'm just shifting from one plan to the other plan, with the hope that they'll be able to satisfy the Parliament once the Parliament sits for its session. Okay, so this is called as token grant. All right. In addition to that, there is also something called as excess grant. So if you actually see if you really work in the field as an AIS officer, you will come to realize that 2018 to 19, money 10,000 crore is sanctioned for PMAY. 20 to 21, 20,000 crore has been sanctioned. 21 to 22, 20,000 crore has been sanctioned. In reality, the work might have started 3 years back. So the work is still continuing. If that is the case, it would amount to, if that is the case, then the executive need not return back the money. The work has already started. It just has not been completed yet. This is how most of the projects in the field will be. Okay. So let's say it has started working with this money. 2021, 2022, it has started executing houses, it is building houses, but by the month of September, this entire money is over. Because the people who have started constructing houses in this financial year, they have all completed very fast. So the money was all disbursed to them. Entire money is now over. And now new beneficiaries are coming. They're asking, please give me money, give me house. I don't have a house over my head. Now you have to include them as a beneficiary. But the money is all over. So what will you do? What will the government do? It doesn't mean that the government has to wait for parliamentary approval and only then it can start spending money. No, not necessary. What the government can do is, all the previous years, it will have a look at the accounts. Previous years, is there any money which is pending, which is yet to be disbursed to the people? Yes, maybe 2,000 crore is pending. So what the government will do is, it will use this money here. So it's not actually shifting from one program to the other program, nothing, from the same program of previous years. Just because money is in shortfall this year, the government is just going to take the money in excess of previous year's allotment and is going to spend here, with the hope that it will be approved by the parliament in the next session. That is done by the procedure of excess grant. Okay. So supplementary grant, additional grant, token grant, excess grant. Okay. So do you understand the difference between all the grants clearly? புரிஞ்சுதா இல்லையா? What if additional grant is needed and parliament is not in session? What if additional grant is needed? I think you don't have any other scope for spending money like that, because this is how constitution has given. So I don't think that can be done. So it means that you have to wait for parliament to sit for its session, and then only you can get the money and you can use it. Excess grant alone, didn't understand. Won't DRSC scrutinize this as ineffective? Okay, I'll tell you excess grant again. For the financial year 2019 to 20, 100 projects have been approved by the government, and the money for 100 projects is 10,000 crore. Okay. Out of all 100 projects have been started, maybe it might be a dam project, it might be a railway project, maybe a lot of projects. Okay. So the projects have started, it is going on. It will take 5 years to complete the project. It's just implemented, it will probably end by 2023. For that, 10,000 crore has been given. Okay. So let's take 2020, 2021, 100 projects, 10,000 crores. Right now it is December 2020. All the projects that were started in 2020-21, they have all concluded. It means that they were all implemented so fast that the entire money payment has been made. All 10,000 crore is made here. There is no money left at all. Okay. And what if a new project has to be taken up here? Maybe a new, when I say projects, think of some other new beneficiary. He's saying that you build me a house also. I don't have house. So I am also eligible under the scheme. So give me a house. And now you cannot tell him, no, you go and die on the cold, winter cold. I don't have money. I can only spend when the next budget allotment comes. After 4 months, I'll start building your home. You cannot tell that to him. But what you'll have to do is you have to look at alternative avenues of money. So last year, the projects are still going in a very, very slow pace, and you have only spent 4,000 crore out of that. So 6,000 crore is still lying idle. Okay, because the projects are completed in phase by phase manner. Each and every phase, as soon as it is completed, that will be billed and the government has to pay the contractors money. This is how the process works. So the payment is made in part by part by part by part. Maybe only the first 2 phases are over, still the 3 phases are yet to be completed. So still 6,000 crore is lying idle under the same head, under the same program, but for the previous financial year. Okay. So what the government can do now is, it can spend money in excess of this 10,000 crore by taking money from the previous year's allotment, and it can even spend it here. It just finds excess amount of money wherever it is available, it is taking and spending more than what is actually required for this. Okay, so this is what is called as excess grant. Once it is done, it has to go and get the approval of the parliament, because parliament has given 10,000 crores for this financial year only, for the works to be taken in this financial year only. Parliament has not given this 10,000 crore for works to be taken in the next financial year. So that has to be okayed by the parliament. So that is what is called as excess grant. All right, so these are the different grants. In addition to that, also there are some other grants also which are mentioned in the constitution itself, which is called as Vote on account. What is this? Vote on account. Budget process starts from February 28th. It goes on till May. Okay. Very long process. DRSC, scrutiny, then voting on demand for grants, then parliament will be adjourned. It is going to take a long time, 3-4 months, 3 months before the budget is completely passed. So how is the government going to meet the expenditure from 1st April to probably May 15th is the day when budget is passed. This 45 days, how is the government going to work? Where is it going to get its money from? So that is why as soon as the budget is presented to the parliament, a portion of the budget requirement. So the government requires for the financial year 2021 to 22, government requires a total of 12,000 crore. As soon as the budget is presented, what the constitution says is, as soon as the budget is presented on February 28th, immediately some portion of that can be just given to executive without any discussion, debate, nothing. Just take some portion of it and give it to the executive. Once the budget is passed and everything, after that we will adjust the amount. So if, let's say out of 12,000 crore, you just immediately give 2,000 crore to the Ministry of Panchayat Raj so that they can start their work and pay salaries and everything can start. And once the budget is passed, even though the budget is passed for 12,000 crore, already 2,000 crore has been taken, and in the future the government can only take another 10,000 more crores. This is the idea behind vote on account. Okay, keep this in my account and you vote on it. So give me money right now. As soon as the budget is presented, vote on account means as soon as the budget is presented, the parliament has consented to the needs of the executive for the next 2 months, 3 months. Around 1/6 of the total amount, total budget requirement, 1/6 of that amount is given to the executive. Go and start spending. By the time the budget is voted, I will be reducing this amount from the total amount. I will adjust this. That is what is called as vote on account. Okay. And there is also another concept which is given, what is called as vote on credit. What is this? Vote on credit. So research and analysis wing, intelligence bureau, even in Department of Revenue Intelligence, this is all in customs, okay, GST and customs. So all these places you will have a lot of intelligence networks, you will have spies, okay, you will have informers. They have to be paid also. So every year, once you get into the police service, you will realize that if you are posted in Naxal affected districts, okay, there every month yearly you will get around 10 lakh rupees extra. And what is the purpose of 10 lakh rupees extra? It is to pay your informers, give them 5,000 rupees, 10,000 rupees. Now when there are no bills, nothing is asked, you can just, how can you get bills for this expenditure? So these are expenses which cannot be brought into accounts. These are just given away without any proof, without any question, nothing, for the security of our country, for the national interest. So do you think this can be questioned by the parliament? 5,000 crore last year has been borrowed for intelligence purposes. Out of 5,000 crore, 2,000 crore has been given, 2,000 rupees was given to Mr. Ramesh Kumar. Where is the bill for that? We don't have the bill for that. The purpose is wrong. We don't have to have spies in Chhattisgarh. We only have to have spies in Kashmir. So do away with all these spies. So can you talk like that openly about these matters? These matters are something which cannot be just openly and plainly discussed in the parliament, because that would be like exposing the intelligence networks. That is why some things, without any discussion, without any question, whatever the executive asks, give me 5,000 crore because of intelligence. Give me. So this is it is for that purpose, without any question. If the parliament has to give some money for the executive, the procedural tool that is actually used is what is called as vote on credit. So it will be presented as a separate proposal. Vote on credit. I want 2,000 crore for the financial year. No questions, nothing. Whatever is just given, whatever is placed before Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, sorry, all this is actually done only in Lok Sabha, not in Rajya Sabha. Excess grant, supplementary grant, additional grant, token grant, all these are just like demand for grants, only voted by Lok Sabha. Similarly, vote on credit placed before Lok Sabha, and Lok Sabha without any discussion, any cut motions, any questions, it will just vote in favor of whatever amount has been demanded as a vote on credit. Okay. So did you understand vote on account and vote on credit? Do you understand the difference between vote on credit and vote on account? Yes or no? I have no idea how the reception is on the other side. Whether are you able to understand what I say? I'm totally clueless. It's like I'm just blindly speaking to some people. Because when the concern that I have over the understanding on the other side is because of the network issues also. Even on the other side, your network will also be not perfectly good. So at times, even if when I'm discussing vote on grants, if one sentence is missed, you will completely not understand about vote on grants. So that is how it actually that is where the problem lies. Please explain additional grants once more. I'll explain. Okay. But did you understand vote on account and vote on credit? Okay. Additional grants. Okay. Pradhan Mantri. Okay, let's say this is a hypothetical, a new program to be launched by Prime Minister. So if this is a new program to be launched by the Prime Minister, he requires a money for that purpose, right? So how does he get money for this purpose? So he has to go to the Parliament, tell them, I want more money for this purpose. And this is a new program which was not approved in the previous budget. In the budget of this financial year, this program was not there. So I'm creating a new program and I require money for that purpose. So please give me money. That is what is called as additional grant. So Lok Sabha will vote on additional grant. If Lok Sabha votes in favor of additional grant, next appropriation bill of this year has to be changed. Appropriation bill 2021, it has to be amended. Okay. The reason is appropriation bill is what gives the power to the government to take money out. This is just the opinion of Lok Sabha on this grant. Additional grant, voting is successful. Okay. Now that votable expenditure part has to be amended. It has to be brought in. This aspect has to actually also be the new expenditure, that whatever is being made should also be made as a part of that appropriation amendment bill, and it will be passed as Appropriation Amendment Act. The new expenses will all be made as a part of that votable expenditures. So anyway, you don't have to know these aspects. Just know this: if a new program is created, which was not a part of the budget proposal when the budget was presented, you require money for this program also. So how do you mobilize? How do you get the permission of the Parliament? Either you can wait for the next budget. Next budget, keep it as a demand for grant and get it voted, or in between, if you want more money, go to the Parliament asking them for additional grant, and this additional grant, this demand for additional grant will be voted successfully by the Lok Sabha. That is it. Sir, vote on account works from which month to which month? Okay, vote on account works from which month to which month? See, it's not like vote on account works from which month to which month, because the executive needs money for the first, unless, so it works from when the budget is presented until the budget is passed. It is in that gap, interim period, how is the government going to spend money? It is for that purpose. It is just given, okay, you take money now, I'll adjust it on account. Whatever you have taken, I'll adjust it and finally give you the rest of the amount. That is the logic. See, there is nothing difficult about excess grant. Even if you don't understand, forget it. No question will be asked from that. If you have to just know that money is spent in excess of whatever was allotted last year. Just remember this word alone. Money is spent in excess of whatever was allotted to the program in the budget. In the budget. So that is good enough. You don't have to know anything more, okay? Because additional grant, supplementary grant, you have to first go and get the money. Only then you can spend the money. But excess grant, without even getting the permission of the parliament, you are spending money with the hope that in the future parliament will give me approval for this excess money that I spent. That is the difference between excess grant and the previous additional and supplementary grant. Okay, any other doubts? Sir, so that no discussions would take place on vote on credit and account. Yes, that's correct. No discussion will take place on vote on credit and vote on account. That's very correct. Okay, so let's take a break, a 5-minute break, and then we will continue. Sir, all these grants are tabled in Lok Sabha. Yes, all these are voted only in Lok Sabha. Okay. Okay, so this is all about budget process, and let's proceed further with post budgetary control. Okay. So after money is spent, once again there has to be a control over the executive. So that control is exercised by means of financial committees of parliament. And there are 3 different financial committees: Public Accounts Committee, Committee on Public Undertakings, Estimates Committee. So what is the purpose of these committees? Public Accounts Committee will look into correctness, okay, whether purpose, if 5,000 crore was given to build hospital, you should have spent that 5,000 crores only on building hospitals. You should not have utilized that 5,000 crores on building schools. Not allowed. That is called as misappropriation of money. Appropriation was for schools, not for hospitals. But what have you done? You have misappropriated it and spent for some other purpose. You have brought air conditioners to your office building. How dare you spend money like that? We have given, you have told us that you will spend money for schools. But what have you done? You have brought air conditioners. So this kind of issues, whether the correct purpose for which the money was used is actually correct or not. Is it the same for which the approval was given or not? That's a criteria number 1. That's a first function of Parliament Accounts Committee. Next, as I told you, it's about the quantity. I gave you 5,000 crores for building hospitals, but you have spent only 4,000 crores, and you're showing me that entire 5,000 crores is over. Where is the remaining 1,000 crores? Okay, so that this is also something to be verified. So Public Accounts Committee looks into each and every penny spent by each and every ministry. All ministries, whatever single rupee money has been spent, all that, whether it has been spent for the correct purpose and correct quantity has been spent or not. This is the function of Public Accounts Committee. Okay. And just for PSUs, public sector undertakings are also heavily funded from public money. It's your taxes, my tax and your tax, which is actually given to PSUs like Air India, Coal India, so as to go and do their operations. So whatever money the PSU spend, is it spent correctly or not? Or is it spent for certain personal gains or not? I'll tell you an example here. I'll tell you 2 examples. You take the case of Oil and Natural Gas Corporation. What is the function of ONGC? The function of ONGC, yes, it is a commercial entity made by the government of India, formed by the government of India. And what does it do? It goes all across the world. Wherever there is oil resource, it makes oil wells, extracts natural gas and oil, and it sells, makes business. It's a business enterprise owned by the government of India. Okay. Who has supplied it with money? Who has supplied it with money? It's a taxpayer. Every year, the taxpayers' taxes are funneled into these PSUs so as to expand their operations, so as to become competitive with respect to other sectors. Correct? Let's say ONGC goes to Russia and it bids for an oil field. The entire Siberian area, the Siberia area, it is very rich in natural gas. So what ONGC does is it goes there, it gets permission from the Russian government, spends it wins the contract, it wins the tender for 5,000 square kilometers. This entire area, license, the right to dig and explore for oil is now owned by ONGC. ONGC starts its operations. It drills at various places. Here and there, it keeps on drilling. And finally, after spending some 5,000 crores, 50,000 crores is spent here. And finally, it finds oil is here. Okay. So it continues to digging for another, let's say, for around 10 to 15 kilometers. It has just dug deep underneath. Okay. And finally, now oil has started coming outside. And once oil starts coming, after that, ONGC decides we are not continuing with this operation anymore, because the oil that is coming out is coming with very less pressure. So because of low pressure, we have to spend more money to suck it outside. So it's not commercially viable at all. So we are stopping all operations of ONGC in this particular oil field. And ONGC steps outside. It's no longer interested to carry forward its operations. It comes back to India. Okay. What Ambani does is, once ONGC comes out of this, now Ambani goes to Russia. Now he gets the same tender for a very, very cheap price. Already every other work is already done by ONGC. Now Ambani goes there, he puts pipes, and he has a technology to take money out, or maybe oil itself was not oil, the pressure was good enough for Ambani. Ambani now starts taking oil, and how he starts selling it, and he's making so much of profits. Is it possible or not possible for this kind of situation to happen? Yes or no? Now I'm getting a suspicion, maybe ONGC chairman was bribed by Ambani to go and spend taxpayers' money to do all the preliminary work, because oil exploration is a risky business. You may dig deeper and deeper and still you may not find oil in places. So all the risk was taken, all the risk was borne by ONGC, and once a successful oil well was discovered, Ambani now comes and happily sits over that oil well and he starts taking money, taking oil out of that. Is it a classic example of crony capitalism? Yes. Corruption at the highest levels. Public taxpayers' money is used for a private personal gain. So these kind of decisions, if ONGC takes a decision to quit from Russia and come back to India, this operation is not viable. Now I am getting a doubt on this, and the parliament questioned this decision. It has to find those who are responsible. If at all there is a proof that, in fact, yes, there was an allegation, there was a nexus between the chairman of ONGC and Reliance, and it is because of this unholy nexus, this kind of an action was done by ONGC chairman, so as to allow profits for Ambani. If it is proved, then he has to be put behind bars. He has to be held responsible for his actions. So the committee which takes care of this particular aspect about the functioning of all public sector undertakings is what is called as Committee on Public Sector Undertakings, Public Undertakings, Committee on Public Undertaking. Okay. The purpose of this committee is to just look into the investment and strategic decisions taken by PSUs in India. So, what are the decisions that are taken by the PSUs? Is it taken in the good faith of the PSUs, or is it taken so as to allow private players to profit out of the decisions? Is there corruption involved in that? It is to look into that. We have a separate committee which is called as Committee on Public Undertakings, a very dedicated committee only for this purpose, reminding every other activity of the government, whatever expenses is incurred by the government, the correctness of those expenditures, that is all to be scrutinized, that is all to be probed by the Committee on Public Accounts Committee. Okay. Whatever money is spent by Panchayat Raj Ministry, Urban Affairs Ministry, Housing for All program, how much of money they have spent, or let it be MGNREGS, how much money has been spent, for what purpose has it been spent, all that has to be examined by PAC, one major committee of Parliament. This is a dedicated committee for examining the affairs of public undertakings. Third, we have another committee which is called as the Estimates Committee. What is the purpose of Estimates Committee? Unlike these two committees, the function of these two committees is fault finding, to find fault in the way the executive has functioned. There is a mistake in the way this executive has functioned. But the Estimates Committee is something different. It is more of a suggestive body. So it just says advice. It's a more of an advisory committee. It gives advice to the executive. Last year you have spent money on building roads. You have brought the crucial raw material. Okay, not roads. You have spent money on bullet train last year. Up to 50,000 crores you have spent money last year on bullet trains. But why did you buy from Japan? Why did you buy the trains and coaches from Japan? You could have bought from China. In China, the same coach is available for 40,000 crores. So next year, if you are planning to construct a bullet train from Coimbatore to Chennai, so for that entire 500-kilometer stretch, you better buy it from China, not from Japan. This is the kind of work that the Estimates Committee do. It is not a fault-finding committee, but it is more of a what do I say? It's more of a committee to provide good advice and wisdom to the executive to spend money in a better way in the future. That is the work of Estimates Committee. And what is the membership of these committees? The membership of these committees So do you think a minister can be a member of this committee? Do you think a minister can be made as a member of this committee? No, there will be a conflict of interest because the committee is to find fault with the ministries. How have you spent money? It is to find fault in the wasteful expenditures of the ministries. So you cannot have ministers as a part of this committee first. Only private members. And these two committees, total number is 20 members, 15 from Lok Sabha, 7 from Rajya Sabha. Earlier it was only members of Lok Sabha. When these committees were formed for the first time, when these committees are also not given in constitution, these are all given in rules of procedure. And in rules of procedure, when it was first formed, when it was first devised in 1952, at that time, no member of Rajya Sabha was actually a part of PAC. But slowly with time, I think in 1986 or 99, they made these changes. It was made as a committee where members of both houses will find membership. So since then, we have members from both Lok Sabha as well as Rajya Sabha a part of these two committees. Okay. And when it comes to Estimates Committee, the same thing, only private members will be there, But here the total number of members is 30 members, and all 30 members are part of Lok Sabha alone. No member of Rajya Sabha is a part of estimates committee, because estimates committee is not a very important committee at all. The other two committees are most important. So you have to also have members from Rajya Sabha also in those two committees. But this is just a very simple committee. It is just it's the most useless committee among the three committees. So nobody takes its advice also very seriously. Its advices are never followed at all by the executive in the next upcoming years also. So this is all about the different parliamentary committees, about the different financial committees. The purpose is to hold a control, check and balance on the executive, to make sure the finances that are given to the executive is spent in the prudential manner. It is spent, no wasteful expenditure happens. It is spent for the right purpose for which it was sanctioned. The right quantity of money is spent, and no misappropriation or loss of money actually happens, so that no loss happens to the public exchequer. These are some of the objectives of these financial committees. The financial committees brings out any lapses in proper financial governance to the knowledge of the public. Okay, without these financial committees, the public will never come to know. Without PAC, nobody would have heard about 2G scam. It is PAC which has done its work of scrutinizing all the reports of CAG, and then they came up with this 1,76,000 crore estimate. It is because of these financial committees, all scams and all such misuses of public money comes to the knowledge of the public. Okay. So actually speaking, we have to discuss about another authority called as CAG, Comptroller and Auditor General. Basically, PAC, Public Accounts Committee, will not directly examine each and see, money, crores and crores of money is spent by the executive. All that is audited first. Audit is checking for the correctness. What correctness? Under MGNREGS, 3 lakh rupees is spent for earthen road. And out of 3 lakh rupees, 1 lakh rupees was spent on cement. 1 lakh rupees was spent on rod and steel. 1 lakh rupees was spent for gravel. Whatever you have spent, you have to have a bill and a voucher for whatever money has been spent. You have to have bills and receipts for that purpose. Whether it is all matching or not, whether there is a bill and receipt for each and every penny that is spent or not. It is to look into that aspect. That is what is called as auditing. Okay. So first it will be audited by a government auditor. His name is CAG. We will discuss about CAG in later classes. So CAG will audit the accounts first. Then he will find out where are the lapses, where the expenses do not have receipts. He will point all those expenditures out, and that will all be compiled in the form of a report. CAG, this is just one scheme of MGNREGS. There are lakhs and lakhs of schemes of NREGS which will be implemented throughout the country. Each and every scheme will be audited by CAG, not by one man. He will have an entire department under him. All his subordinate officers will audit each and every scheme. Each and every penny will be accounted for. At the end of the year, CAG will submit a report. CAG report on MGNREGS. Each and every program for which money has been sanctioned will be audited, and audit report will be made by CAG. That audit report will point to all the lapses, all the irregularities in expenditure will be brought out in that audit report. That audit report will be used by PAC, by Committee on Public Undertakings. They will use the audit report and then they will question the executive. Okay, because otherwise how will the PAC go through pages and pages of billing accounts? It has to be compiled in a proper format. A report will be made by CAG, and that report will be tabled in the parliament. The parliament will refer it to the financial committees. Committees will go through it and point out, bring it to the notice of the parliamentarians. These are the problems. These are the areas where misuse of money has been found. This is how the system actually works. Is it all clear? Is it fine? I'm just feeling like as if there's a complete dead silence on the other side. Okay, you can't get estimates committee. What were you not able to get about estimates committee? See, if it's about network disruption, you can go through get the recorded video and go through it again. But what were you not able to understand in estimates committee? What is the exact area that you are not able to understand with respect to estimates committee? What kind of suggestion it gives? It gives suggestions for alternate ways of spending. Why did you come to Shankar Academy? You could have gone to that academy, this academy. That is cheaper by 10,000. That is cheaper by 15,000. Why did you go and join here and spend more money? Right? This is how a question will be. This is how alternate suggestions will be given. That is the same logic in which estimates committee will also give suggestions. Why did you spend 10,000 crore on buying nuclear fuel from USA? You could have got the same nuclear enriched uranium as nuclear fuel from Russia at 5,000 crores. So from next year onwards, consider buying from Russia. This is the kind of advice that estimates committee gives. It is not saying that you have committed corruption. Estimates committee is not saying you have stolen money. Estimates committee is just saying that instead of doing this, why don't you think about doing an alternative way? By doing that, you can actually save some money. So this is all about financial committees. The authority of CAG has to be discussed. I'll discuss in a separate class. What else is left in parliament? You have a complete. We have 3 more topics to be discussed in parliament. One is with respect to questions, motions, resolutions. All those aspects have to be discussed. And next, we have to discuss about parliamentary privileges. That is also something to be discussed. In addition to that, we have to discuss about anti-defection law. These are the 3 topics to be discussed. Most probably, one more class is required. Okay, one more class is required to complete all these topics. So with 5 classes, your parliament chapter is actually over. Apart from that, there is nothing more. Yeah, I think it's. All right, so I think I'll stop here today. If you have any other doubts, you can ask me. Do you have any other doubts? If you want to speak out also, you can speak out. Raise your hands and you can speak out. Because I don't want to get into the other topic about questions and motions, resolutions. I don't think this would be a good time to discuss. Maybe in the next class I can discuss. Let me give you some time to also go through all these things which I have actually taught in the classes. So it takes some effort to go through all these topics also. So go through the topics, and if you have any doubts, you first prepare all these things. Okay, by the time we have the next class, come prepared with well prepared with all these areas. Maybe I can discuss about the other areas in the next class. So do you have any other doubts which needs to be discussed? Anything about preparation in general, if not about polity?
Hello.
Yeah.
Sir, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Sir, I have a doubt on the grants, sir. So all the grants can be voted only in Lok Sabha, not in Rajya Sabha.
No grants will be voted in Rajya Sabha. All demand for grants will be voted only in Lok Sabha.
Sir, and my second doubt is, so I checked Lakshmi Kant for parliamentary committees. There are up to 4 to 5 pages of all the explanations. So I have to completely read all of it, or just selective reading is enough.
Just read it once. You will hardly take 15 minutes to go through all committees combined together. You will take 15 minutes, not more than that.
So do I have to remember all the committees, like on department standing committees? There are so many committees, right? 24 committees.
No.
So I have to remember all of them.
No. Don't memorize. Don't memorize anything. No, nothing. You just need to know there is something called as DRSC. The membership is from both houses. If you just remember that, that is good enough.
Okay, that's all, mate. Thank you, sir.
Qualification age for a Rajya Sabha MP. It is 30 years. 30 years. I'm also very exhausted today. So I also conclude the session. So how are these online classes going for you? So because I cannot imagine seeing the computer for like 5. You've been sitting before the computer for like from 2 o'clock till 7, 5 hours before the computer. So does it actually cause any issues? Do you have any? So how what does the general feel like to look at the computer for 5 hours, and because you have to also pay a lot of attention to what is being told, right? It's not like watching a movie where you can just sit and casually watch a movie, but it is more like your brain should be constantly working, processing whatever information is actually being taken. So yes, you're getting headache, yes, eye pain, but I don't know what is the solution for this. So unless things become normal, and I think things are becoming normal, maybe by next in another 3 or 4 months probably we should be able to open up. But until then, yes. So is it like some of you people are even using mobile phones to watch these videos? This is also something which I have heard from the students. We are being lost in between, can't concentrate for entire topic. Yes, I can also understand that also. Okay, so but how is that some people are how is that some people are constantly giving all correct answers? So how is that possible? So are you focusing more on, or is it like you have already read from the textbooks and that is how you are able to manage with good answers? Because otherwise, unless you also concentrate effectively properly, then you should also be having a problem in giving correct answers. But since some of you are giving correct answers for almost all questions, it means that they are fully concentrating in the sessions. So is it not a problem for you guys, or are you becoming comfortable using this medium of education? Yes, sir, I'm using mobile. Please don't use mobile. Get a laptop. Mobile phone, such a small video. I don't know what kind of. You may even end up having some eye issues if you keep on using mobile for a long time without. In Lakshmikant, the Parliament chapter is only 3 pages. What? In Lakshmikant, the Parliament chapter is only 3 pages. The Parliament chapter is the longest chapter. It is for 35 pages. I think you are referring to parliamentary forums. There is a separate chapter called as parliamentary forums. Or I think you are referring to parliamentary system. Those are small chapters. But Parliament chapter is a big chapter. You have to go to Lakshmi. It's the longest chapter in the entire textbook. It's even more stressful. Yes, yes. So what is the solution? We don't have any solutions as of now. All right. So we'll conclude. And if you have any doubts, you can mail it to me. I hope you have my mail ID. So it's just my name without a space and at shankarias.in. And if you have any doubts, you can mail your doubts to me. Okay. Do you have any other concerns with the class? Do you have any concerns? If you have any difficulty understanding, sir, this is the reason why I'm not able to understand your classes. So please go slow, go fast, or any issues, you can just frankly speak out. Okay. Just point it out so that I can see what I can do. Because it's not possible for everybody to understand. So I know that some of you will not be able to understand. So if there are issues which are in my control, you can definitely share it. Okay. Like, this is the reason I'm not able to understand polity, sir. I feel polity is very, very difficult. So is there anything like that? If you share our mains answers, could you please correct it? Yeah, yeah, of course. I think you're already sharing your answers, I believe, Sri Lakshmi, because I've already seen some answers from Sri Lakshmi before also, I believe. Oh, you have not. Okay, there is another Sri Lakshmi. All right. Yeah, you can definitely send it. Whenever I have time, I can go through it and I can give my feedback. But if I have regular classes going on, then it will become difficult for me also to give my feedback. You send it, and maybe you can wait for some days. If you don't still get the feedback, you can once again re-forward it to me and say that, sir, it's been 5 days, but I have not got a response. Then I would definitely look into it. Okay. So it depends upon my time. So you can send it whenever I have time. I'll have a look at the answers and I can give a feedback. That is not going to be an issue. Just polity or all subjects. You can send all subjects also. But at the same time, also remember every day at least 50 to 80 students. So this is the range. Okay. Every day, many people send their answers. So I cannot guarantee you that every day I will be reviewing your answers. I can just have a broad look at your answer. If I give you my feedback for one answer, it will hold good for many answers also. So don't expect daily feedback from me on a daily basis, but once or twice I can give you indicate broad corrections if there is anything that needs to be done. Otherwise, if I give you a decent feedback or good feedback, just go ahead with your preparation. Don't expect daily feedback. Okay. Okay, friends, we will conclude and we will meet in the next class. Okay. When I think probably next week also we will have a session. So thank you. We'll meet in the next class.